time doing any sort of DeSci event in Asia. Very exciting. Normally I do the one in Berlin. Today we have a really nice range of things. We're starting in the morning with sort of a more sort of traditional science, real world assets sort of topic, led by our wonderful CCO at Molecule, Aaron. We have 2 panels. We then move into an Albright product demo, which is an AI agent. For those of you who don't know what that is, you can check it out. There's a booth there where you can interact natively with this AI agent. We then have a couple of keynotes. We also have Arthur Hayes joining our CEO, Paul, on stage. What are the admin bits that you need to know? Toilet there. Wi-Fi is on the walls. We will have lunch. We will have snacks. It would be great if you could share any pictures or opinions on social media, tag Molecule, tag Bio. And then lastly, we have Dermadow at the back handing out skincare samples. There is a sun cream and then a vitamin C that you use at night, which helps with pigmentation. This is a decentralized autonomous organization that is creating skincare products, which I personally find a really exciting use case of DeSci. So without further ado, I'm going to welcome my first panel.
Good morning. So I thought this morning we would start with a few biotech industry veterans, people to come and share their wisdom about the drug development processes, how to get to market, also just the progressive innovation that we see in this sector. So I'd love to introduce Tian Chu and also Teng Lin to the stage. Well, thank you for joining us today. There's going to be a lot that we're going to discuss, the good and the bad of working in a highly innovative sector. But I think it'd be nice for the audience to sort of share a little bit about your background and just sort of experiences in terms of getting here. Tian, I might start with you.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Aaron. So I have a slightly less typical background getting into biotech. I actually started in the commercial and investing world at KPMG and Goldman Sachs, New York, Hong Kong. And I actually took the entrepreneurial path and literally bumbled into biotech about a decade ago and found that it's full of very interesting personalities. But the way to get special outcome is actually to bring everyone together with very disparate backgrounds. I'm a part-time professor as well at UCL in the Global Business School of Health and Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, trying to combine the business and life sciences.
Amazing, thank you. And Ten?
Actually, I'm a scientist by training. I'm a computational chemist by training. And my first job out of grad school is a company called Schrödinger in New York. I think it's the first one of those AI drug discovery went public in NASDAQ. And I was there for 10 years doing very different things. I was a software developer, and then I moved to run the core product team for a couple of years, and then eventually I migrated to the business side. And after that, actually, I moved to China and joining an insurance company and running the subsidiary on the diagnostic side for a couple of years. And I think 7 years ago, I actually moved back to the States and joined a company called XTOPI. So we are one of the first AI for drug discovery company went public in China. So right now I'm responsible for the business development and corporate development for the company.
And you've been doing an incredible job because you've pretty much pinned down every major pharma on like a very big deal.
I think pretty much of those top 20 pharma are our client, and we did a lot of the deals left and right.
Amazing. And just honing in on one of the things that you mentioned, AI, it's like the topic du jour. Do you want to maybe talk a little bit about just basically the AI capabilities at XTOPI and just with a degree of specificity on just like the way the models work and how this is like also there's a little bit of spread of difference from what people are familiar with in terms of large language models, just like the breadth, and then obviously you have the automated labs and things like that. So I mean, there is real technology and automation that runs through the organization.
So yeah, no, I mean, I think I just would like to clarify, right? Recently we using a lot of deep learning, But we're also using a lot of traditional computational chemistry method, using like molecular dynamics and whatnot, right? For us, it's really you pick the right algorithm to solve the right problem, right? And the times if you don't have enough data, I think some of the semi-empirical model probably better. And there's times the model just simply doesn't work. You have to rely on the human intelligence. So I think what we're really doing is combine the algorithms and robotics and the human intelligence to accelerate the drug discovery. And certainly we're also expanding to material science as well. So in terms of different kinds of model, I think we have a division that was working on the small molecule. We have a business unit was working on the antibody and the protein design as well. And Aaron, back to the question, the model we're building different. I mean, certainly we're using some of the large language model. For example, one of the focus the company was working on right now is to automate the chemical synthesis, which is actually, if you are doing the small molecule drug discovery, and you know it's actually not an easy problem, right? Given you have the AI model to generate a molecule, but if you cannot make it, right, it doesn't count because you have to really go to different kind of experiment, right? Certainly, I mean, animal testing, cell assay, but if you cannot make it, right, I mean, that it doesn't count. So, and this is actually a difficult problem. And I mean, the pharma was kind of like handing over to the CIO to do it, but again, this is actually a pretty big problem. And the people have been trying to doing this for decades. I think the real problem there is actually a lack of the negative data. So we are actually building one of the biggest facilities in the world. Right now, we have 300 robots working on automated chemistry. And we're collecting a lot of data to build that model. And one interesting observation we have is actually we compare the human expert in the algorithm. I think the algorithm for the positive reaction, which means let's say you have two reagents, they will react to generate a new compound. Those are positive reaction. I think the algorithm actually performed slightly better than human expert. But another interesting observation we have is like for the negative one, the algorithm, it's much, much better. Like it's close to 70%. The human expert, it's only 30%.
I mean, that just inherently is like an information. No one is incentivized.
It's human nature.
No one is incentivized to share negative data, and it's actually an ongoing discussion as part of the whole sort of DeSci movement is building decentralized knowledge graphs around failed experiments because there is in an industry where you have a 9% success rate, but only the positive things are reported, then there is effectively a lot of mystery and intrigue around what didn't work. And so, maybe that also just really helps advance industry.
Right, and Aaron, there's a different types of the AI model we're training, right? For example, one of the AI model we're training, it's actually training on the simulation data. For example, quantum mechanics calculation, it's really, really slow, right? But they generate a ton of data. So we actually using deep learning to train those model and accelerate by order of magnitude. So I think it really depends on the problem you try to tackle. Yeah. And there's times you don't need the large language model, right?
Yeah, and we're going to dive deeper into this in a little bit because there's going to be a question about having these incredible discovery platforms that can knock out a lot of things, and then the capital constraint and the business-related constraint that sits on the other side about how you advance these things clinically. But I mean, shifting on to another bit of focus within the innovation sector where everyone's talking about, which is modalities, right? And so yesterday there was another bispecific company that was effectively bought by Genmab for $8 billion. So, and there's always a rage around things like in vivo CAR T. Is one big thing at the moment, et cetera. But, I mean, you're very much focused, you have, a strong evidence-based modality that's got clinical efficacy within your platform, Tian. So maybe do you want to speak a little bit about that and just and how you sort of you think through how you're going to drug a target, yeah.
Yeah, so thanks, Aaron. I guess just to give an overview of our technology, it's called photodynamic therapy. And so it's used primarily in cancers and infectious disease. So what it is this small molecule, which in the cancer context localizes just in cancer cells and not healthy cells. And then by itself, nothing happens until you shine a frequency of light, and that generates what's known as reactive oxygen species, which basically kills the cells which have the cancer. The question is, how does it just get to the cancer cells? So there are lots of cool technologies out there. Ours is really simple for the scientists amongst you. The Warburg effect is quite well known. Cancers like sugars. So we coated our core molecule with glucose conjugates. And so all sorts of different cancers gobble it up. And that basically means that healthy cells don't get it. You shine a light, just kills the cancer cells. And because of that, we're actually targeting multiple cancers for the same drug. And we're already in our second clinical trial for we did a prostate cancer trial. We're doing a skin cancer trial, non-melanoma. And we're getting ready for a rare disease, orphan designation, anogenital cancer trial. And we're working with the Peter MacCallum Cancer Centre in Australia around that. So that's kind of our general modality. It's not that common. So, and that goes back to your other question, which is, how do we think about it? Okay, so at least from my perspective, I've found that there's a lot of groupthink in the larger industry. So if you happen to be flavor of the month, it used to be CAR T, it used to be antibody drug conjugates, seems to be GLP-1s now. If you're part of that flavor of the month, everyone is just rushing to get involved, whether you're in early stage, late stage, it doesn't matter. FOMO is really just taking over. For us, it's not that well known. And so what that means for us is we need to de-risk it for the next guy, and that's all about clinical evidence. 1 in 10,000 lead compounds ever get approved. That 9%, that 1 in 10, that's when it starts a clinical trial. So that's already pretty good odds, 1 in 10. But if you've got the scientists working on that compound, 1 in 10,000 get approved. And that's really the fundamental issue is if you don't have that ability to bridge that gap, get into clinical evidence, and you're not flavor of the month, I think that's when it becomes tough. And that's why we're focused on clinical evidence.
And so Tang, a question to both of you now. You've effectively described, the supporting technology platform, so there seems to be an inherently huge degree of capability there in sort of unlocking new biomedical research insights. So how do you think about what to prioritize, what to advance, and other creative ways of maybe getting other assets into development?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, our compounds, because they basically blow up wherever it's next to, can work on cancers or all sorts of infectious diseases. And in terms of, if you're trying to put this compound into your bloodstream, yeah, you probably need to do all these checks and balances and make sure you've got all the safety and tox data. If you're putting on the skin and it doesn't penetrate, what's the implicit risk? And so when we look at antimicrobial, for example, applications, the last 5 companies that got the antibiotic approved went bankrupt. The model just doesn't work. And so what that means is that there's a lot of really incredibly top innovation and technologies that will never see the light of day because of the high bar to get things approved in a traditional medical pathway. And that's why even for us, we have literally over 400 photodynamic compounds. We're only using 1 for cancer. We've got plenty to choose from. So we're trying to explore alternative avenues to basically have impact. Yeah.
Amazing. And Tang,
Well, I mean, I think you try to do as much as you can, right? I mean, but again, at the end of the day, you find a drug, it's a balance of the kind of profile. It's a whack-a-mole, right? So I think at the end of the day, it's also you have the budget constraint, right? And I think this is something that FDA, they say, hey, maybe we should do less animal testing or doing the other stuff, right? I mean, I think that's really something, I think that trend is coming, right? Organ in a trip, virtual cell model, and I think there's a lot of stuff down in the pipeline.
Well, that was the point I wanted to sort of talk about in a little bit. So I was at a talk in DC a couple months ago, and so the former acting FDA commissioner Janet Woodcock was up there, and she was sort of saying industry is always barking at us about sort of like bringing in the clinical trial requirement because it's just long, it takes more time. But she's like, what you don't understand is that it's the health insurance companies that are putting up the substantial evidence requirement. So yeah, we can approve your drug, but no one's going to pay for it. And so, I think there's a balance to effectively struck across industry in that respect. And, it's a point that we'll probably touch on later is just other paths to market where you have relevant satisfaction of like non-toxic effects, but, there seems to be like relevant beneficial effect in terms of like what you're effectively trying to treat. But maybe just talking about like other ways to effectively apply AI in the development process, because we're talking about virtual cell technology, being able to run simulations preclinically. There's now a shift on, say, for example, pharmacovigilance and being able to monitor, from a sort of market surveillance perspective, just like how people are effectively responding to the drugs. So, I mean, what are you seeing, Teng, just specifically, what are you seeing sort of happening in that space?
Well, certainly, I mean, the regulatory, they're now embracing this slowly, right? And I think for the safety of the patient, they have to do it. I think that's the right thing. But I think we're already seeing, emotion right now. And I think like a lot of the AI model right now, including the virtual cell, organ chip, and a lot of other, I think it's coming to the sim right now. Right. Certainly, I mean, the FDA start focus on the monoclonal antibody right now, right? And then eventually gonna go to the new modality. So I think that's kind of pathway I'm seeing.
Interesting. And I mean, Tian, do you think, you're clinical now, which means like focus is really on just getting the assets through the clinic and just, achieving those relative endpoints. How do you think about like other technology sort of supporting what you're trying to achieve from a clinical perspective? And do you think there's an indispensability of AI within companies? Because like ultimately, at the end of the day, people in industry will tell you the asset is everything, right? And then there is just a process like when you get into later stage trials that it's part of. But I'd love to sort of understand like how you're like looking at these sorts of things.
It's a great question because I think about that all the time because there's no doubt AI is transformative. The problem is I'm a slow adopter, so I'm trying to get my brain to sort of move up and catch up on things.
You're at a DeSci summit, you're not a slow adopter.
I'm trying. So I mean, when I look at AI and where it can transform the most, I think of it in terms of the drug development process. So in terms of the discovery process, that 1 in 10,000 drugs get approved or lead compounds get approved, I think AI's got tremendous potential there. Potentially go from 1 to 1,000, 1 to 100, maybe even 1 in less than that. And all the knowledge is combined is really a powerful tool. If you've ever tried to find an answer by reading literature manually, I mean, you'll go crazy. So AI can just do it like that. So I think it's going to increase the odds of more successful development programs. On the other side, once a drug's been approved, I think AI has tremendous opportunity in a few areas, such as how to use the drug more effectively. Who does the drug work better on? What sort of patients does it work better on? And I think there's a huge area in repurposed drugs. Once you've gone through that valley of death and got that drug approved, then what else can it be used for? The challenge is what's in between is that valley of death, which I'm living the dream on. And I think there's efficiencies and streamlining, but I think it's less transformative, mainly because of what you mentioned, that regulators are people, and people don't want to get into trouble. And Teng, you mentioned the key word, slowly. So, they talk about, in silico, sort of avoiding animal trials. It takes a long time for that process to happen. So what we're doing in trying to accelerate is essentially using people with AI tools to optimize our protocols, to predict better markers, to basically, and even the trial results, to feed that through AI engines to basically see what patterns might create more successful, high probability in our patients, and therefore use them in our registration trials. So that's sort of the stuff we're thinking about, but it's not quite as transformative, I think, in the process of getting approved.
And that's where all the cost and time is eaten up, by the way, too.
That's
So
my
like
dream.
it's yeah. So Tang, question. I mean, we're sort of like here in Singapore, which is the crossroads of a lot of things in Asia, and anyone I speak to in the US. And some of the pharma companies, like I speak to the search and evaluation guys, and they're just like, "Oh, I just got back from China." Like, no. So tell us what's going on. Like, I mean, there's just like this fervor for like assets developed out of there. There are things that they just get into. They produce clinical trial evidence really, really quickly. So, I'd love to hear your like perspective on it and so why things have accelerated so quickly in the territory.
Well, I would say it's really the efficiency, right? I mean, I think the US, Europe is still leading on the innovation side. But China and Asia, right, they are really excel in the efficiency, right? And it's also the the ecosystem behind this. I'll just give you an example, right? If you order a reagent, I mean, in China, you probably get a same-day delivery. But if you do it in US, it's probably gonna take you a couple of weeks to clear the custom. Right. I mean, that's just one example. I think the efficiency is also including the people to work asset over there. Well, I mean, in US, we probably work 8 hours a day. They're working 12 hours, 16 hours a day, and weekend as well. So I think that it's also the talent, right? A lot of people, they start a company, they probably get the training in the US, Europe, they work in the multinational company. And also, I think a lot of MMC, they already set up the subsidiary in China for the past 10, 20 years, right? Really training a lot of the scientists over there. So I think it's really a combination of that whole ecosystem, certainly including the cost as well.
How does the West like see this as a lesson and just go, yeah, we need to be less bureaucratic about things? And because I seriously, I witness it quite a bit. And let's just economize and like make things more efficient from our perspective. Or are they just going to learn the hard way when innovation market diminishes in the West and like all the R&D assets are effectively of Chinese origin?
Well, I would say, I think, as I mentioned, right, a lot of the innovation still, from US still leading this, but I think China could do it more efficient. So I think maybe the better approach is you really to utilize the process from both, territory, right? You have people working in the US or Europe, and you have other folks on the execution side in China, or I think maybe Europe, because I think we set up a lot of obstacles for the biotech and life science right now in the US. You're gonna create some problem as well.
And talking about like frontier markets and new things, like Tian, like you're actively looking into the DeSci ecosystem and like possibly doing something there. Do you want to just could you share a little bit more about like what's on your mind?
Yeah, sure. So I mentioned that our compounds actually kill viruses, bacteria, fungi, antimicrobial, as well as for cancer. Cancer, you really, we're going through the proper medical pathway. But if it's an infection, I really worry about, I don't want to be one of those bankrupt companies that got the drug approved but can't make money out of it. And you either make money by having a monopoly and selling till your patent runs out, or you just drastically reduce the cost and time to take it to market. And just looking at the back with the skincare thing, I think we can learn a lot of lessons from the cosmetic industry. There are plenty of failed drugs that became wildly successful anti-aging cosmetic products. And so it's all about the claims you make. And so as long as you're addressing safety, and it's generally, as a rule of thumb, you don't want to go systemic, then essentially you can basically not make claims that's medical. And there are different pathways, like what the cosmetic guys use. And I think there's a lot we can learn from there. I mentioned that our technology works on bacteria, viruses, and fungi, and works very, very well across the board. So why don't we actually address some of these infectious diseases that are on the skin, so they're not going to the bloodstream, and rather than get the arbiter to be a regulator who's worried about a drug that goes systemically, is get a passionate user population who has that unmet need to basically drive it and actually drive the sales and distribution and marketing and presence without us needing to make that claim. But we would always still make sure it's safe. And there's also ability to leverage the disciplines from a drug development program without the overhang and the high cost and high barrier to actually get it to market. So I don't know if you want me to...
Maybe I'll share a little bit more about this. So I also moonlight as a UFC referee for all my sins. So it's fun. I've managed to sort of like keep me, I don't know, somewhat of a balanced individual over the years. But like what I've seen is like I also work with the medical commission at the UFC. I've been doing it 17 years. So like see a lot of fighter injuries and things that are really on athletes' minds. Was formerly also a competitive Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu athlete. And that community is rife with like staphylococcus and like various skin infections, and it wipes out a lot of the athlete communities. And for them, it's very unfortunate because they fight maybe twice a year, so they get 2 paychecks a year. That's it. Then running into the fight, they're ruled unfit to fight because of a skin infection or things of the sort. And so it's and actually someone sent me a clip from the Joe Rogan Experience the other day. So Joe's passionate about a lot of topics, right? Some of them tip on the sort of like very entertaining side of things, but actually from the medical perspective, it's staph infections. And he's also said that it's the worst thing that he's ever experienced. And he has a lot of athletes on his show that effectively talk about it. I know that it's a problem where people are like just effectively searching for solutions. They don't seem to be many, but I think like introducing like real biopharma innovation into a consumer pathway, and they're an extraordinary community because they exchange a lot of health information. Everyone in the gym seems to be like really highly motivated, not only like on preventing or treating skin diseases, but just like overall athlete performance. Optimizing recovery times and all of that. So they are avid consumers of longevity literature also from the performance perspective. So, we are really working with a number of top athletes within that community and also physicians.
And I think a core ingredient of that is passion. If you've got people that are really, really into it, I think you can create a better outcome. It generally is a bilateral program with biotech and with the regulators, but you also need patience and people that are, living the dream. And so in the case of sort of skin infections, you really need to have a group of people that have the science and the disciplines of making sure you're doing things the right way. You also need the actual medical professionals who can see what's going on and see whether there is improvement. And you also need the athletes to actually basically see if that actually is working for them. And how you can develop a product that's actually better suited for what they need. So I think, and they're going to be the best spokesmen for you anyway. So you don't need the pharma companies per se to sort of bleat it out for you.
Yeah, and there's been a couple articles in the U.S. press of these guys that like they effectively look like super soldiers, and then I mean they just look shadows of their former selves after a staph infection, like double lung transplants, people that are like bedridden for like months, if not like years on end. So yeah, it's a project that we like really passionate about.
Personally, I had a staph infection myself. I used to be I used to do martial arts and taekwondo. I was a national player, so I was very passionate. I understand that passion that these athletes have, and not through martial arts, but I got a staph infection and through my eczema, and basically I had to relearn to walk 3 years ago. So I care a lot about addressing these things before they become, and not waiting 15 years. So yeah.
And Tang, one last question. We're running slightly over time, but I mean, you're here, so you've got an interest in DeSci and Web3, use of blockchain, and what it can do for scientific R&D. Like, any thoughts on like what the future would look like, and just also like what what really brings you to the sector?
Yeah, no, I mean it's not. It's a public news now. So we did a secondary offering a few weeks ago for $3 billion Hong Kong dollar, and in the announcement, I think. Some of the proceeding using to explore the RWA and the related area. And I think the Web3 design, which is the blockchain technology, is really good at the data, right? Scarcity, integrity, authenticity, right? I think this is, and we generate a lot of data, right? And for example, the chemical reaction data, I mean, we would love to work with a different group of people. And again, right, I think having a platform how to track those and to, monetize those, I think that would be a really interesting, at least avenue we'd like to explore.
Yeah, and and something we'll talk about later in the day is that like I think once you start to introduce like liquidity into like scarce asset pools, it does just enhance overall outcomes from like broadly based value to discoverability to coordination to cooperation, all these things. And we're sort of all here because we want to see advancement within the industry. But I'd like to thank you very much. We could probably talk all day. But thanks for the time, and a round of applause, please. Thank you.
Thanks.
By the way, I want to give you guys some of the products. Okay.
Great.
Yes. Thank you so much, guys. I'm so sorry about yesterday. I'm so sorry.
I would be coming.
Yeah, so German Dial, there's some great samples there. It's a fun. Hello? Okay, guys, we have 5 minutes before our next panel. Make sure to grab some skincare samples. We've also got some merch and some stickers. And yeah, I'll see you back here in 5 minutes.
like on. Then when you speak, right, try not to.
3, 4.
Because they got try to make it like closer to the mouth.
Test.
Hello, everyone. Please take a seat. Our next panel begins. I'm going to be strict. Everyone sit down, please, and thank you. Okay.
All right. Good morning. All right. As a follow-on to the prior panel, now we're going to focus a little bit on, three megatrends, and I think the thing that like most big investors or futurist technologists are really, really focused on. The question here fundamentally becomes like, how do they interact with each other? Is there a convergence factor? Do they yield new optimal results for society, particularly within fields of biomedical research, scientific R&D, and just advancements on human health span and lifespan? And so now I'd like to be able to introduce the panelists and ask them for a little brief background and introduction, and then we'll sort of move on to the panel discussion. And so Peter, you first.
My name is Peter. I'm founder of Jira AI, AI-driven drug discovery company which is super focused on longevity.
And you recently did a very big deal too.
Yeah, that's right.
Brian.
Hello, everybody. I'm Brian Novell, head of BD at Lagrange, and we are a zero-knowledge technology company. And for myself, I was a serial entrepreneur on the tech side for several years. Then I became a corporate lawyer, practiced in big law for about 7 years. And prior to being with Lagrange, I've been in crypto on a personal level since 2017. So excited to be here on the panel today.
Amazing. Thank you for being here. Boyan?
Hi, this is Boyang. I'm the founder at Immortal Dragons. We are a longevity VC fund headquartered in Singapore. We are currently running our $40 million US fund one. It's mostly internal funding. In terms of investment thesis, we have a focus on replacement strategy and gene therapy. We have a preference for moonshot earlier stage projects rather than more late stage stable pharmaceutical projects. I was educated here in Singapore and in the States. I come from a computer science background, so the topic today is very exciting for me. Thanks for having me.
Incredible. So I'm gonna pick on you first. Seeing you mentioned a few things there that like really pique my interest. So you mentioned, I mean, you got a background in computer science. You're running effectively a longevity fund. So we're already talking two of the major trends right here. Like, what do you define effectively as a moonshot, particularly within the longevity industry? Like, what really moves the needle there? And also, is there like a non-consensus view of something that you're excited about within longevity?
Right, it's actually a pretty hard question to even try to predict the future, especially when these mega trends present that might shift the paradigm for many things. So for our case, sometimes we would, it's hard to tell, it's hard to make any judgment call as to which is the moonshot project that is going to really move the needle and making progress. We wouldn't know, otherwise VC will be 100% success rate business, which is totally not the case. VC is a money-losing business overall, the sector as a whole, right? A few outliers, leading VCs will make some money. The rest of the people are pretty much just philanthropists who are spending their money for founders to chase their dreams. But that said, we have a preference for underfunded companies. And that might be an indication to separate moonshot, low success rate projects versus mainstream projects with more consensus, right? So when I'll give a concrete example. So we made some investment in companies that work on replacement strategy. By replacement, we mean rather than curing diseases, your organ systems can have thousands of ways of going wrong, and then conventional companies will try to fix these problems, why not we replace the organ or organoid or tissues with a freshly baked new tissue that might be coming from donor, that might be coming from other in vitro genesis processes, right? Then one of the company that we invested in are working on brainless clones that can serve as a perfect source of organs. That sounds a bit scary, and that company is badly underfunded. They've been raising funds for a long time. Many people, many investors, they have approached, agreed that this is a bold idea. If they succeed, this will change the world or at least move the needle, but they still fail to raise sufficient funding. That's a kind of sign for us, a moonshot project that have huge potential, but it's too scary such that it's starving for funding.
Interesting. Really like the identification of outliers and sort of what industry people call the non-consensus trade. But Peter, just sort of like moving on that, sort of just elaborating on that topic a little bit further. You know, you run a large AI platform. You've got pharma partnerships, assets and development, et cetera. But obviously, you've got this big focus on aging, and you also collaborate with the National University of Singapore here. So, how do you think about like best deployment of your technologies towards advancing some of the objectives within longevity?
Well, I think first of all, I think it's now a very good moment for longevity, because if you look what happens with pharma industry right now is that they have just developed a drug, series of drugs, which are these GLP-1 agonists that are probably increasing human lifespan by a little bit. So there is this on-market clinical data for that. So this drug is being sold now for $40 billion per year, and some of them are running out of patents, which means that pharma will have to compete with their own. They would have to be better than Beatles now, so they will have to compete with their own good drugs. And we can imagine that after they canceled lots of R&D internally, it's a very hard proposition. So they will have to put thousands of novel drugs into clinical trials just to compete with their best assets right away. This is probably the first longevity drug, and then for companies that do have good GLP-1 agonists, think what they should be doing in the future. Everything that is smaller than Ozempic is not cool anymore. So some of them are trying to do better Ozempics, but some of them already have good ones, and they are thinking about longevity, I think, seriously for the first time. So Eli Lilly, for example, put aside $500 million venture fund, and they are asking Mark Andreessen to run it. And back to your questions, I mean, what is going to happen, maybe back to your comment, I think what is happening right now is that pharma is not a small business anymore. With $50 billion with a single asset, IT and AI people are now looking at pharma as something that is probably interesting. And with their appetites for valuations, for disruptive potential, they are looking for things that are better than Ozempic. And it's almost obvious that a drug that is better than Ozempic is a drug against aging. So I think we're experiencing this Ozempic moment right now, and all companies that are focused on longevity may have something to offer to pharma, and pharma is listening for the first time. So that's where I think any approaches that are disrupting pharma are in good value right now. So there is a demand for that.
Interesting. Brian, thanks for stepping in, by the way. Like, it was an 11th hour call up, so I'll try to be kind on the questioning, but you know, this one will take this has got a Web3 focus, a little bit DeSci angle here, and also you have a law background, so this will sort of help navigate around this a little bit. Like, so the entirety of pharma, biotech industry, and the numbers are just premised around legal protections that are used by patents and being able to preserve intellectual property. And so, you know, the foundational basis is make a public disclosure invention, you get a statutory monopoly for commercial exploitation for a series of time. But, you know, increasingly, I've just thought a lot about like zero knowledge technologies, trusted execution environments, and the way to preserve data confidentially, but be able to verify it. And I'd love to like maybe just share a little bit about like what Lagrange Labs does, just a little bit about zero knowledge proofs, and just like how you think that that could help enhance the world of like intellectual property.
Sure, absolutely. So in terms of Lagrange, what we are is a zero knowledge company. And what we do is help generate zero knowledge proofs wherever they will be most useful. Now, within the Web3 context to date, that has primarily been used with very limited successful application, mostly in scaling block space with L2s and rollups and the like, and arguably, for better or worse, privacy coins and tokens. So really, though, what we look for are opportunities within Web3, but just as importantly, and actually more importantly, outside of Web3 in Web2 and beyond. So what that really means is wherever zero knowledge can be useful, that's exactly where we play. Now, with DProve, which is one of our infrastructure offerings, what this allows for specifically with respect to AI is the provability and verification of AI. And that's exactly what that means is we can help prove that the correct model was used and that the correct outputs were derived from the inputs. So what this ultimately adds is a layer of definitive truth to AI. So we all know that AI is a technology that's here to stay, probably the most important of our lifetimes. And it's going to have applications in commercial settings as well as basically every other area of our lives. But with AI, like any technology, it's new, it's exciting, it's impactful, but there needs to be guardrails. There needs to be mitigating factors. And you mentioned about me being an attorney. I was a corporate attorney, and really the job of a corporate attorney is to look forward into the future and think about all the things that could go wrong. That is literally the entire exercise. And when we do that with AI, there's a lot of things that could go wrong, and not just the apocalyptic singularity scenarios which are popularized in the media. There's a lot of other arguably smaller but very, very important negative scenarios that could occur. And AI is not always correct, as we know. It can make errors. There are attack vectors. And therefore, having that layer of provability and truth to be able to verify the AI is of the utmost importance. So where Lagrange provides that verification is literally in any scenario where AI is implicated. And then once we get to that premise, there is an extraordinarily broad range of AI use cases and applications, ranging on one end of the spectrum from you or I figuring out what we're going to have for dinner tonight with 8 random ingredients in our fridge, de minimis, all the way to the other end of the spectrum when we're talking about something like military and aerospace defense using AI autonomously to guide drones and perhaps even missile strikes. So in any scenario more towards that end of the spectrum where there's the risk of health and human harm, risks of financial loss, reputational risks, etc., that is exactly the use cases where we need to really be sure that the AI has worked properly to then take those outputs and move forward with them. So, of course, when it comes to medicine and science, really the topic here today, that too is of the utmost importance. And one other final point is that the way it works with Lagrange and our solutions here is that they're also privacy preserving. So going back to your original question about the maintenance of intellectual property, look, if we just take a step back and think about medicine on a global scale, if we were to have the ideal scenario, collectively we would all work together, we would all share data, we would all move together to a common goal of helping humanity be as safe and secure as possible. However, what gets in the way of that are really 2 things. The first is privacy. A lot of the data that's needed here is private, both by regulation and probably by personal preference. And the second is credit and attribution for the contributions that go into these solutions. And Web3 and specifically Lagrange's offerings actually help solve both of those. And we can talk a bit more why, but ultimately that's really the key point here is that with Web3 technology, it's opened up the opportunity to properly attribute and credit contributions in a lot of different fields. We see this in the creative communities with original songwriters and then remixes and videos made from those remixes and subtitles on those videos. Down the entire line, you can credit the originator as well as each incremental contributor, and conceptually that similarly can be applied to DeSci solutions and improvements.
Yeah, and it's speaking to quite a few academics who like the idea of like having, including your friend Ed Boyden. Ed was sort of saying he loves this as an idea for a relative degree of attribution into a scientific process or something that, it's no any one person, it's a series of people effectively in collaboration, but unfortunately at times, particularly when it comes to critical claim and recognition, we always want to sort of put the spotlight on one person as opposed to a series of those people that effectively collaborate. So yeah, no, that's really interesting to effectively think through. You mentioned something that sort of is dear to the heart of us in the crypto community, which is about democratizing technologies. And so like, I'd probably, Peter, I'll ask you a question a little bit about this, because there is the prospect that we set off these powerful technologies and only a handful of corporations really become the economic beneficiaries of it. You know, the patent holders on the next GLP-1 drug class that effectively comes through, and you know, they lock down that chemical space, et cetera. I mean, people can find ways to work around it, but is there a way, how do you see like, you know, I mean, you come to a lot of DeSci events, but like, how do you see the world of like DeSci, Web3, and also AI, and that being able to empower people around, you know, solving scientific issues and problems?
Well, here is the whole bunch of questions. So first I have to say that you cannot patent biology, fortunately, which means that if something works in somebody's hands, then immediately there are lots of people who try to develop Me Too projects. And actually, if you look at pharma, most of them are developing Me Too projects. So I think the problem is not in terms of protection here. The problem is that they are not taking risks. So I think pharma does not develop enough new stuff. So we are ending up with having lots of the same stuff all the time. And I think this is dangerous for innovation. So one way where these new approaches can help is actually to make sure that we're producing enough innovations, to provide enough, let's say, upward pressure by developing novel products and demonstrating those to buyers. Another thing where I think democratization works is with AI. Think about it. So people complain when we come with mathematics to biology because people don't understand mathematics. But now every biologist can have access to lots of ultra high level science with the help of AI. Essentially, every person with ideas can hire a bunch of increasingly approaching PhD level scientists out of the box, which is, I think, huge, because before you had to work with a few exceptional people to do impactful science. Now I think what AI is doing is that instead of valuing skills, we will be increasingly valuing ideas. And I think this is super cool. Lots of people with cool ideas don't have, I don't know, resources to hire people. So I think democratization doesn't come from protection or restrictions. It comes from enabling people to do exceptional science, develop exceptional products, and put pressure on traditional pharma to accept novel products.
Interesting. And a point there that struck very strongly with me, because you know, I was sort of in one, so in a company that validated a new target that now has become the 4th most pursued target in the world, which is the 5-HT2A receptor. We did it via Compass Pathways, the psychedelic medicine company. And I remember VC, a very well-known Boston VC, saying to me, the way we work is you guys do all the hard work, validate the target, we just go set up a company with our friends. And then that's it. So no to your funding request, but good work. And so, Boyan, this was going to your point before a little bit about moonshots, because I think like there is a point, like whether it be academia, whether it be biotechnology, a series of other industries, because there's a lot of inherent risk attached. People will do this, like they'll run this Me Too approach because you know that effectively you know the drug target works. You're just like coming up with ways that you think you drug it better. You have a sort of better tolerability profile for patients, etc. or you optimize something along the supply chain. And so what you see is you see a lot of crowded innovation. People doing the same things. You know, there was a discussion before about groupthink effectively existing within industry. People just sort of like, you know, they run around, do the same things. And then there are these actually really transformative ideas that sit on the outside. And so, you know, I'd love to hear more about like just how do you think we really mobilize the next set of transformative ideas. You know, it's what we try to do within DeSci, but you know, like from the venture capitalist perspective, like how do you think about building momentum for like other types of approaches?
We don't have a definitive answer, obviously. As of now, academia and the development of science is totally elite sports that may or may not be the optimized, well, likely not the optimized way for us to advance science. It would be ideal if we can open up for more ideas, for more people to get involved in the process, the spark of creativity coupled with solid empirical knowledge is oftentimes what brings us progress. To Peter's point, now everybody have a wealth of knowledge. They have this PhD level assistant at their disposal. That's a great sign. Actually, I will also argue that even before the AI megatrend, if you see how we all pretty much can freely access the wealth of human knowledge at people's fingertip, is a sign of democratization. But turns out people rather, well, watch, I don't know, cats and dogs all day rather than actually picking up any knowledge or looking into science. For that issue, I don't have an answer, but it seems individuals are more empowered than ever to come up with ideas, to participate or get involved in the scientific discovery process. That said, okay, that's about the emergence of creative ideas. And of course, once one breakthrough idea kind of get proven, then is the capitalism mechanism that kicks in. Well, there will be a group thinking, there will be VC bros that come in.
And everyone says, oh, the market's big enough for like 200 companies to be doing this.
Yes, but still the innovator, will get some credit, and they will end up oftentimes in a pretty good place via acquisition or otherwise get acknowledged. That's from my perspective, that's actually what I want to see. Rather than, well, the first innovator is supposed to get all the credit and benefits. I would rather more talents, capital, resources get attracted into this field. Then whoever succeeds in the end is a good thing for society as a whole.
Yeah, and you know, we've witnessed this before, right? Like Elon Musk and electric cars, for example.
They open source the patents, and now all competitors are coming in. Some are building a product that's cheaper and arguably better in some aspects. And it seems he doesn't hold grudge. So.
Yeah, you know, Brian, just a question for you. Discussing like some of these luminaries that like really open up new fields, and a lot of the prevailing discussion at the moment is like the ultimate objective of some of these big AI models is like to move beyond general sort of enhanced productivity within the workplace to solving the world's big scientific issues. It's like what Demis Hassabis, like Sam Altman, Elon Musk are really talking about. You know, I heard an interesting discussion recently that, you know, that they thought the threshold for sort of artificial general intelligence was like an AI coming up with a new beautiful theorem of the universe, like the general theory of relativity that just played together so neatly. But I mean, how do you think about the veracity of the claims, particularly when you have a technology that is based on proofs, right, coming through? And you know, I think you disclosed a little bit before, but you know, it's sort of like there's a point where people are going to hear all these hyperbolic statements, and then they'll want to see the evidence of it. You know, there have been some things that happened in the scientific R&D field from OpenAI and a variety of others, you know, where they've made claims like DeepMind went and proved AlphaFold, right, by actually entering it into a competition, is the only pathway for people to open it up to the public and actually show the way it works. Can zero-knowledge proofs actually help in that circumstance? Is there something that like the world of decentralization can also offer in that respect?
Yeah, I think as AI advances to AGI and beyond, what that means is that it'll be capable of being equivocal to humans with human capabilities, and then perhaps superintelligence from beyond there. And when AI essentially becomes equal to humans and beyond, if we're talking to it like we're talking to a human, it's the same issues that come up when we're talking to humans. We need to be able to trust what they're saying. So that concept of trust and truth is just as applicable, if not more, whether we're talking with a robotic human or the like, or a regular person. So those fundamentals will be in place wherever they are. And if we extrapolate forward to X number of months and years from now, it's the kind of thing that if we can imagine it, it's probably going to inevitably happen. This is not stopping anytime soon, and it will likely get to the point where it is answering those biggest questions and having those impacts that we probably cannot even conceive at current time. So I like to think that in X number of months or years from now, we will look back on the use of AI without verification and without proof, like we would look back on driving cars without seatbelts. Without having that additional layer of security, trust, and protection, it would be absurd. And the question really is, why wouldn't somebody wear a seatbelt? And that's just conceptually in terms of the universal applicability of proof and security to this. But when we talk about the impact of providing that definitive cryptographic proof, the better analogy is like riding a motorcycle going 150 kilometers without a helmet versus then being able to drive a tank, and a tank perhaps wrapped in additional layers of security. It is that different in terms of the jump from unverified AI to verified AI. And if it's as important as it is now, when we get to those later stages of the game, it just increases in importance exponentially.
Thank you for that. So we're in Singapore at the moment, and I just really am increasingly, I mean, I think you're based here. Yeah. And so just increasingly see the rise of like Asia from like the innovation perspective, and you know, it has almost a little bit more of a blank canvas to be able to come up with like supporting regulatory systems for some of these things we're trying to effectively achieve. You know, we're talking a lot before that like longevity is trying to shoehorn itself into a disease-based regulatory model that was developed like, you know, 60, 70 years ago, et cetera. And so, you know, I mean, how do you think things will just advance within the region, particularly from the longevity, like from a longevity health span related perspective, adoption of AI effectively into industry, and just like how that and how regulators might be able to move. You can assess product liability claims, other degrees of self-reporting, but what do you think the whole confluence of that perspective looks like?
Well, I think there are a few trends important here. So first, this region is an epicenter of a demographic catastrophe that is emerging. So this region is hit worst at this time. Think about Japan, which is almost like self-liquidating in front of our eyes, also Southern Korea. Think about China with the consequence of this one child in the family situation. Well, in Singapore, people are living for a very long time. And as you know, that aging is not just a bunch of diseases. If you look at people who are 90 years old or plus, technically they are almost disease-free, because if they had diseases, they would be dead by that age. But functionally, they are shadows of their previous selves. These people cannot climb stairs. These people cannot help their grandkids with math problems in school. So their functional performance degraded. So what happens here is that more and more people are living, the average lifespan here in Singapore is almost 80 years. So people are functionally declining, so this economy is losing productivity, and at the same time, that they are kept alive. So that's exactly what happens when you are curing diseases and you are not addressing aging. So I think this region in particular will face the choice whether to fight the functional decline, and that is to address aging itself, or to keep to that old paradigm of quenching one disease at a time. So this is first. And second is that when you don't have enough people, what you do, first you try to solve aging, and Singapore has initiatives here. And second, you are trying to rely on AI, and that's what we see in China, by the way. And you are trying to rely on AI in biotech and pharma. And if you look at China, China is now doing lots of novel drugs, and they are investing super heavy on AI. So I think if you look at this region, because it's been hit by aging just a lot, you will see all the emerging solutions. Reliance on AI, robotics, focus on longevity, maybe disrupt the disease-based, disease-focused model of longevity, AI in hospitals. I mean, in China, people are calculating scores, like social scores for people. So, of course, AI is used a lot in societal problems. Lots of taboos on sharing data, analyzing data are broken in this region for the good. Obviously, in hospitals, lots of AI-driven systems are increasingly accepted and used. So I think everything that humanity can throw at consequences of aging is being tested here. AI, robotics, and medical data processing, and disruptive biotech are all the components of these solutions, and you can see them emerging in this region for a reason.
It's, you know, they always say that like necessity is the mother of all invention. You just hopefully you don't get to a point of crisis when it's actually too late to effectively address these things. Boyan, just a question to extend a little bit beyond that is, how do you think like governments effectively respond to this? Like, do they open up new regulatory pathways where, you know, you're like an elder citizen, you can get a drug delivered prophylactically that might be able to enhance like elements in neurocognition, memory, recall, functional mobility, etc., to keep you active longer? Because like I know and I witness, because I spend a lot of time with governments across the world and diplomatic channels, that, you know, they care when they see GDP going down. That is their like big thing, right? And so, you know, they're always looking to like either not, they don't want to preserve it, they really want to enhance it. But like there is this thing like, you know, modern economies were built on just like having more and more people just add to broader based economic resource. And so, you know, is there going to be some innovative thinking on the policy side?
Well, yeah, so I'm no regulation expert. In our fund, we were able to support one of the longevity network state, Vitalia, at its early stage. But other than that, but I agree that government totally cares about productivity. They care about productivity decline, and retirement age is always a hot topic in whichever society. So probably they have an angle there, but it's also long term. So you have to find a government that have a stable sovereignty such that they actually care about what happens in 10 years, 20 years. If they start some research program, intervention right now, then they will see the benefit in decades to come. But I would like to just add to the previous question about how Asia as a region can play a role in the current development. I'm very rooted in Asia, and I think there are a few, I'll give a few concrete examples about how longevity might have a great potential. So number one, historically, religion is less dominant. It manifests in a different way, but it's less dominant in this region. So much so that people believe less in an afterlife heaven, but clinging more to their life in this life. So with that, longevity is less of a taboo, but more of an acceptable pursuit. That's number one. Number two, to be very frank, test subject recruitment is definitely easier. So all clinical trials are cheaper here in this region. Of course, the clinical trials might need to be reproduced again in different regions, but at least we have a baseline. And the reason being, well, the sheer number of population is just bigger. So every disease, every subject of every condition will be more. And there are also, of course, other underlying socioeconomical reasons. So clinical trials are cheaper. And even animal experiments, right? Primate experiment in the US is near to impossible to get approved nowadays. So much so that macaques and other monkeys is very expensive in North America, but it's much cheaper in, say, at least China and some other countries. Of course, there cannot be exports, is practically impossible, but that also shows another obstacle that gets at least removed in this market. So with these factors.
Amazing, thank you. So maybe just one last question to all the panelists before we conclude. So like we in the DeSci community are a whole bunch of dreamers and doers. And so any deep desires or wishes that you want to communicate on what you would like to see change within current systems, things that we or others ought to build for. I mean, I've heard a couple of things along the path of this discussion whether it's like sort of radical leaps in mindsets for innovation and things of the sort, but just any lasting remarks around like, what's the big dream?
Yeah, I will try. So I like to look historically, I think like sequentially generations of successful people are shaping our ideas about the future. So if you look at, let's say, old money, like traditional financial capital, these guys are now pretty old and they are investing in Alzheimer's disease or other diseases basically for their kids, right? Because of the age. Then we have like IT people, I mean, people were young when they made Google, but now they are not so young, so they're investing also in curing diseases. So essentially the only demography with resources that is young, relatively young, is crypto community and also emerging AI community. So these people have longer horizon for themselves, meaning that they should be able to participate, contribute, organize or fund, doesn't matter. Projects that on the longer run can actually disrupt aging. Because all the other demographies with money, unfortunately, are too busy, curing their current medical, addressing their current medical situation. I think it's a huge potential, so it's negated a little bit with the fact that younger people are less concerned about medical future. But I think it has potential. I think we shouldn't underestimate the individual psychology here. I mean, of course, it's a business. It should be profitable business. There will be no drug like drug against aging in terms of earning potential. So this should be selfish. But I think this demography has a horizon that other demographies do not have. And they also have time to figure out how to do it. So that's why I'm always coming to these kind of events. I'm a believer that these people have time, horizon, and abilities.
We have a deep degree of gratitude for your support, by the way. So thank you. Thank you, Brian.
So we at Lagrange are very supportive of the DeSci movement and the DeSci community, and we actively want to work with everybody out there who's building and inventing in this space. And the reason for that is our offerings are a very natural fit for the movement in terms of finding that perfect balance of maintaining privacy where privacy needs to be maintained, but also for allowing for transparency and information sharing for the greater good. So I actually think ZK proofs are going to be an integral part of the movement's success in terms of facilitating the outcomes that we're really looking for. I think the biggest thing that will tip the scales for the movement is when there are actual big-time breakthroughs that can be pointed to. So the theoretical is great to discuss and talk about on the way there, But what will really, really tip the scales here are outcomes. When there is a revolutionary new drug produced by the movement, or a cure, or whatever that big time headline outcome will be, that is really going to be the catalyst for all the other good things to come from the movement thereafter. And we very much want to be a big part of helping to facilitate that.
Amazing. Thank you.
If I can just make a wish, I have two pretty practical ones. Number one is let's accept aging as an indication so that a doctor can prescribe you some intervention, say, oh, this is to treat your aging. And two, let's adopt a right to try in more regions so that people don't need to fly to Mexico or Honduras for gene therapy.
I think on your second wish, it's probably going to become a reality more soon. There's, sorry, yeah, just one thing. So New Hampshire, Florida, a variety of other places are actually moving to right to try legislation, but beyond compassionate use. And so you're probably actually going to see them want to bring in experimental, and largely because it's economic reasons for doing it.
By the way, FDA already allows to test drugs against aging in dogs. So there are at least some mammals for which aging is already an indication.
Yeah, and so, I mean, one of the things we're trying to do is support new manners of market access, because someone has to go and build the market, right? And also you have to demonstrate there's demand for it. And so, you know, at least we sort of have those sides of things where there are some pretty significantly sized communities that can get out and be vocal about things, and then you get the sort of the ancillary capital support for being able to do it. But anyway, I'd like to thank you all very much. You know, like amazing insights, and you know, appreciate your time. So thank you very much.
Cool. Thank you so much to our lovely panelists. I always kind of think that even though we're at a crypto adjacent sort of week because of token, it is really important to get academics and scientists up on stage, because this really is the confluence of Web3 and science that makes DeSci. So for those of you who have come from a Web3 background, I hope this was interesting to you. We're going to break for coffee. There is a proper coffee machine with matcha, iced coffees, hot coffees, everything you need. We've also got some smoothies, and then we will all come back together, and Aaron is going to give his keynote talk on how biotech might become a real world asset in the framework of crypto, and how bringing science on-chain could really unlock a value flywheel to get science funded and commercialized and out to patients. So yeah, thank you so much. Enjoy your coffee break, and I'll see you in a bit. guys, we are starting our next talk. It would be great, please sit down and get ready. We have a talk and then we will have more lunch being brought out because we are aiming to feed and quench you all. So don't worry about missing lunch. There is more food coming.
Yeah. All right. Hello. Hi, everyone. All right. I promise this will be my last talk today, right? It's my voice will be croaking effectively by the end of this. Luckily, this is only 20 minutes. Yeah, so I'm delivering an individual speech here. One of the keynotes. This is effectively around the evolution of liquid IP markets. And the other thing that I want to really speak about too is real-world assets and also just different operating models. So like the whole point of this is an exploration of sort of a series of first principles around market infrastructure and frameworks. Like I think we emphasize a lot of innovation around the science, but we tend to forget that some of the market frameworks are centuries old that we're effectively trying to apply to modern innovation. And in particular, the framework of intellectual property itself, which I'll talk about, it was originally developed in the late 1600s in the UK. So IP, it is a really significantly huge underutilized asset class. In the traditional finance sense, you will just see, like in the biopharma realm, You'll see licensing deals. You can see royalty spin-outs from companies in the term of contingent value rights. But what always tends to happen is that IP is held on corporate balance sheets, and it may be operationalized, it may not be. One of the great travesties of at least what we experience in biopharma is that we have these amazing technology platforms, and then investors come and tell you that you're only allowed to develop one asset on them. And so like all that technology capability effectively sits idle. So in the US, so I mean here you'll just probably see the growth in intangible asset value that effectively sits on the balance sheets of all sort of the S&P companies, which is around really 90% these days. You know, there is a lot of like goodwill and brand equity that effectively sits within that, but then there is a lot of intellectual property. You see the corporate tech giants, they're the largest filer of patents across the world. Some of that is just to defensively hold patents, so people don't come into competitive domains. But I think like from our perspective, it is also, it does sort of like degrade productivity and greater progress for humanity because, you know, they're sort of effectively just like not commercially progressing the intellectual property. And some of that is because they just don't have the bandwidth, the focus, and the means to actually be able to go and advance it all. So, you know, you'll see a figure there, about $1 trillion annually of underused IP is really, really failed to be leveraged. So, you know, I mean, one of our big aspirations here is to like make IP discoverable, allow people to effectively advance it, have the right sort of market funding frameworks, and then be able to create the data infrastructure effectively around that so that it can be invested into, people can effectively collaborate on it. From the pharma perspective, this is a ChatGPT figure, by the way, because I've been trying to figure this out for a long time. There's no adequate estimate of it, but you know, there's probably like 500,000 drug-like patents that are just sat idle. And so, you know, there is a business of drug hunters that sit around, people that sort of profess to know where certain types of drugs reside, how much sort of investigational evidence that sits around them. There's, you know, a handful of businesses that have made it like their corporate mission or job to go in-license these drugs and then just run a clinical trial and then resell them back to pharma. So like notably Roivant is an entity that really does it. But, you know, if you can see here on the intangible asset side, you know, there is an overall market capitalization of 61 trillion, which is, it's a pretty big figure, by the way. I mean, that is about 2.5 times the size, effectively, of US GDP. And within that, you'll see that actually scientific-based IP is the largest category as such. And so my point before, I would love to encourage the community and people to think more broadly about the application of very old frameworks and how they have not really adequately evolved for modern day science. 1624 was when the statute of monopolies was effectively developed. And so it allowed, in order for a degree of public disclosure around an invention, you got a term of statutory monopoly, which was 20 years. In 1624, there wasn't an FDA, there weren't any regulators, and life expectancy was a lot shorter. So you really did get pretty much half your effective life to commercialize and exploit an invention. And so you'll sort of see here, there's a progressive number of sort of advancements on the patent framework within the United States. 1719, 1836, and 1952. Everyone know that the core sort of like accessible element around patents is like a degree of novelty and non-obviousness. And so, you know, that these are the things that you effectively have to prove and you know, also attest to the fact that there's no prior art when you go into that patent process. Now, the biopharma industry's relationship with like the justification of patents and also associated drug pricing is sort of summed up in a thing called the biotech social contract, which Peter Klinsky from RA Capital had effectively coined. And so it's, you know, you get a period to reap the rewards of your innovation with the idea that there's an increasing degree of genericization of various drugs on the other side. So in totality, it tends to bend the curve on overall treatment cost for the general population. So on the pharma side, and this is just my evidence having been a VC and sort of sitting in industry, and I think things that people generally stand behind is a new chemical entity is like the gold standard for effectively having intellectual property. It does mean that there are a lot of businesses that try to do patent busting, and so you discover something really good, everyone sort of like it's a gold rush. Everyone sort of rushes in to find a way to either bust your patent, bring a new competitor to market, et cetera. And so what people really want to effectively do is, larger corporations, I should say, is, they just want that period of exclusivity. It's like what Wall Street likes to see because they know that there's reliable revenue and they can do all their sort of earnings forecasting around that. There is, however, these method of use patents. And my general observation is people don't think about intellectual property regimes as much as they really should. As a matter of personal experience, was really forced into it in my accidental foray into biotechnology was via the psychedelic medicine industry, and I was figuring out patentability for things like psilocybin and some of the naturally occurring compounds. But the whole idea there was that there was all this sort of observational anecdotal evidence around these being really effective for mental health disorders and people really pushing the need. The question was like, how did you put it within one of these frameworks? And so actually what you'll see in a lot of DeSci is people do a lot of drug repurposing. You have DAOs that are patient collectives. It's a very quick way to effectively treat the need of those people that sit within that patient community or effectively that DAO. And we've seen this to great effect. And by the way, it's like we're seeing organizations across the world, larger organizations, lean into this idea because they just do have a lot of patients coming in the door that like need treatment now and can't wait for a new novel therapy to effectively hit the market. Formulation changes, that's interesting for, you'll see this like it's a matter of protection, particularly for like neuropsychiatry drugs, you develop patches, sublingual formulations, things of the sort, and manufacturing processes. But, here it just significantly is an underinvested part of the broader biopharma ecosystem. And by the way, actually, it's a good one for AI because you have a lot of human data and you can use the AI to actually pass through that human data. So this feels like a little bit of a Christopher Nolan film where I'm going to like jump from the past to the future and then back to the past again and things of the sort. But Paul Kohlhaas always talks about this as the path to biosingularity and the future. And we have people here that are actually really involved in a degree of autonomous science. But I'll reflect a quote from a really well-renowned deep tech venture capitalist, Josh Wolf, who runs Lux Capital. And he thinks that across all the things he sees, the big innovation for the future is effectively where we have AI and machines that are doing science 24/7, right? And that is being able to generate a hypothesis, be able to refine it, have that run effectively through a cloud lab, have a series of agents that will work on patentability, they will get company structure and funding effectively set up for you. And so, it's removing effectively the friction that sort of sits within the ecosystem. Okay, so here, this is just sort of like, as I move on to talking about RWAs, one of the things really is you're talking about substantiating revenue flows from assets, but I just want to paint a picture on like how immense the market opportunity is, because like if you follow the money at the moment, it is what happens is larger pharma companies and developers are publicly listed entities. They work on Wall Street timetables. Wall Street timetables are you have to outbeat earnings every 3 months, and so it means that you have to have really blockbuster drugs to effectively be able to sell them through. There are short-term incentives within the health insurance industry because they're actually the customer. It's not the patient. And so the average tenure of a held life insurance policy in the United States is 3.7 years. So partly linked to
the time that people spend in their jobs and what their employers will pay for them, or people self-voluntarily sort of switching out to another. So what that really inherently means is that from a development perspective, if your customer is looking at a payback period of less than 3 years, they've got to get something that keeps you in that, like the only treatment that they're financially incentivized to give you is something that keeps you paying that premium during that 3-year period. So things such as longevity, they really, really struggle with to actually put within that, even though that we know if you do the broader economic math and benefit to society, you know, we talk about the longevity dividend, it just helps enhance the economy overall. And, you know, the other thing probably here is about the long tail of unmet medical needs. You know, 95% of recognized diseases don't really have an effective or approved treatment. And so, you know, we're concentrating like capital and all our resources in a select number of things. We spoke before about a lot of the Me Too efforts. You know, our deep commitment here is really to help enhance transformative science and those things that are like people looking to effectively break new ground. Yeah, so I mean, a little bit about real-world assets and sort of the infrastructure that we're looking at is, you know, what I was trying to do with this talk is set up the enormity of the revenue opportunity that exists by just using either some different IP strategies. The one thing I failed to mention on the previous slide is that pharma will only fund a drug if it can sell more than $1 billion a year in terms of peak sales. And so like that's why you also see this thing around 95% of diseases not having an effectively and approved therapy. So like what it means is that effectively the DeSci design space sits like optimally below that sub-billion dollar valuation. By the way, like it's like if you generate $990 million of revenue a year, I think you're still a pretty good business. You're just not of the size for the near $1 trillion market cap companies. But for those that are familiar with like RWAs, like, you know, basically it is a theme effectively within Web3 markets and broader markets at the moment. So, you know, I think like one of the big things really has been stablecoins becoming all the talk. And so you have had the legislative support out of the United States. And you know, I'm seeing people that have been, so I've sort of been around this ecosystem for quite a while on the RWA side, and you know, I was very, very close to one of the major stablecoin players, and you know, what was interesting is that was a really deeply questioned market methodology and market infrastructure previously, and now there is just, I can hear people that are from the TradFi community just talking about it's like evangelizing effectively the merits of it because of like payments efficiency, and you know, and I've experienced it myself on cross-border payments, and then you know, there's a whole other range of sort of advantages that come with it. Now, the Pantera Capital sort of describes RWAs as being the replatforming of capital markets, and you know, I think like where like Wall Street drives a lot of financial innovation and adoption, and for them, where they can see a new service line, P&L, and money being made is where they're going to lean into. So say, for example, BlackRock and Fidelity, and I know the team relatively well at Fidelity, they're moving towards financial instrument tokenization, a lot of their asset classes. So like starting beyond that, money market funds, get a token, you can actually use as collateral effectively within crypto exchanges. Some of the world's largest private equity firms are now looking at tokenization of private credit funds and things of the sort. So, you know, the picture I'm trying to paint here is that this is going to be a big trend, and it's coming for all sorts of markets. Now, I sort of like bringing about a degree of financial innovation and liquidity for scientific R&D, I think is like a huge boon for industry, because the periods of illiquidity that investors have to sit on will ride through economic cycles, and that may not necessarily reconcile with like what investors want. And so, you know, just thinking about this quote here, liquidity begets value, like anything scarce will be ultimately tokenized because the benefits of digitalization increase liquidity is so great. And this is like effectively a quote from Balaji. And I can think about a million ways in which anyone who's allocating capital into scientific projects would want to see a degree of liquidity. It's just like even, like risk management, a variety of these things. Being able to also adequately build portfolios, like you don't want to be able to like have to go invest into Eli Lilly just because you want exposure to GLP-1s. You can actually build an IP portfolio of whatever you might think is effectively the next sort of like development trend. Now, in terms of DeSci RWAs, I think at Molecule, we have spent a lot of time effectively thinking through the framework. We have had discussions with the SEC, a variety of US regulators. We've come up with structures that we think are really, really deeply supportive of moving capital into early stage scientific R&D. And so, the two obvious places where we land on the RWA frameworks is in equity, so it's effectively tokenized equity and bringing people on the cap table. But like the broader base benefit there is that you're allowing liquidity in an early stage, so it almost is like effectively an IPO of an early stage scientific project. And then the other one really is royalty or revenue streams. We're doing this so products can effectively get into the market. They can have an adequate cost base that effectively patients, consumers, all that would really, really want to see, but ensuring that effectively token holders, the economic benefits of what they've been able to fund and what's went into the market. And, for those that are like US-centric or based, we actually also have a structure that is almost a little bit like the OpenAI structure in a way where there's a not-for-profit on the front side of it. It permits, for US taxpayers, a tax deduction on the investment they make, but also getting a token that's a tradable asset, and then an ability to actually come into one of the RWAs like that. So it's almost like it creates a degree of leverage on the investment that you make. And so, I think the aspiration, I hope there is that this will actually help push a lot of capital into the ecosystem. And that is something that we've actually worked with like US governmental institutions on. So to, try to get that into a place of comfort. And what you'll effectively see out of Molecule and Bio is this framework starting to be deployed now. I touched on this just a moment ago. I think, it allows better investor choice. I think about my own personal venture portfolio. I've got some pretty exciting investments. I probably made them about 9 years ago, and they're just like still sitting there. I have no idea when I'm like ever going to see the money. And so that I think one thing is like being able to manage liquidity. The other thing is that you can actually be very specific on IP, because like what tends to happen is if you look at particularly say for example the pharma companies, it'll be just like one flagship type of IP that is really, really selling the company, and then you get all these other sorts of things and programs in with it where, you may not have an interest on it. It may be a drag for the markets because they don't have the same degree of interest within these other developmental programs. So you can get much more pure play exposure to intellectual property itself. And this is a little bit around the operating models. One of the things I've been talking to people about is really giving the people what they want and allowing, whether it be the consumers or the patients, to also help self-direct effectively what comes to market. And we always talk about these regulated pathways, thinking that they're the be-all and end-all. And and just to sort of illustrate the size of the market here. So in terms of the sale of regulated pharmaceutical products across the world, there is roughly about a little more than $700 billion of revenue that effectively flows through that. Now, the high growth vectors are actually these markets here. And so, and by the way, Asia has the largest market share within these segments, and the CAGRs are pretty significant. So, cosmeceuticals is a $70 billion market. We effectively have a cosmeceuticals DAO down there in terms of DermaDAO and, a variety of others within the ecosystem. And, it's projected to grow to almost 140 billion by 2030. And so, the reason why this is got a new degree of interest in this digital age is because people are really interested in exchanging views on products and exchanging views on health, right? And so there is a degree of virality in the way that things effectively take off. And so like the restriction on marketing claims that is traditionally held with this, which is fine, by the way. And that's the setup. And I don't think you want companies who have maybe not the genuine interest of the patient in mind going out and pushing hard on the marketing around this. But your customers, your patients, whoever it might be, if they feel genuine effect and they also feel like real value out of it, they should be able to talk about that a lot. The great thing about DeSci is that it brings together a lot of motivated people across communities because they want to see this degree of advancement. They want to see things get to the market a lot quicker. Dietary supplements and grass, this is general pathways, so like nutraceuticals. It is a largely growing industry because you see the degree of popularity within social media and podcasts about vitamin regimes, supplement stacks, and things of the sort. And we're just like building an enhanced degree of like clinical evidence about how a number of these products can really support your health span and your lifespan. Yet again, around this, and it's the same proviso across all of these, no marketing claims, right? And also product liability. So if you speak to any clinician who like works in the longevity functional health sector, they'll like sort of always tend to talk about the quality of the product, source of manufacturing, GMP, etc. And another place that it's effectively on the rise is, and this was actually an aspirational wish from one of the last panelists, Boyan, who's a VC, asking him like what his like big desire wish was for the overall ecosystem. He said he wanted to see more right to try, and actually, right to try, expanded access to medical tourism are definitely areas on the rise. So, and I'll say something about the right to try thing at the moment. So like, if you see some industry sectors that effectively really, really grew over the last few years, highly stigmatized. So cannabis being one, psychedelics being another. There were companies that went down the pathway of going to the FDA and getting things approved. And actually, a number of those executives exist within our ecosystem. So GW Pharma, famously for cannabinoids, they came to the market with an epilepsy product. So one of our board members is from the early GW Pharma team. And then also psychedelics. And then what happened is you saw so much demand for people wanting to get early access to these, like hearing a lot about the prospective benefits. And there was a lot of medical need that existed around this. Now, I think I'm sort of starting to witness the early rise of right to try movements across various states. And you will reach a critical tipping point where it'll become a thing. If you talk about the United States, though, there is a restriction on interstate commerce, so people for more developed modalities, particularly in longevity and things like that, you've got to figure out locally based manufacturing, keeping the quality good. And also just like product liability becomes a little enhanced around that. But, if there's a commercial opportunity, like I see Lloyd's of London wanting to step in now around providing degree of medical tourism insurance. And so, I think, and I also live in the Middle East too, so it's interesting. I speak with governments out there and have spoken with governments across the world. They see the economic benefit in being able to bring a new model to market because the market demand is really there. And people will travel in, they just won't come in for the treatment or the therapy. They'll come again, they'll like develop relationships with like clinics, they'll also spend money, effectively take a holiday. And so, that economic incentive is also very, very significant in being able to help people bring things to market. Unfortunately, at the moment, there is, a little bit of a groupthink, at least within the traditional venture community, about there being only one way forward. That only one way forward is getting effectively approval by major drug regulators and then having an established pricing with health insurers. But, we believe in a growth of a market where people are willing to pay for their health, right? They're also wanting things quicker. They're also going to be much more critical, but much more evidence-based in terms of what they want. And so, I think like as part of the DeSci movement, the move to transparency and allowing people to assess what evidence effectively supports the product's prospective benefits, is really going to help the overall growth of those markets. And so I think what you'll be able to see is hopefully a lot more of DeSci products effectively out in consumer hands and everyone effectively benefiting from it. But I think with that, thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Aaron. Aaron has been, I mean, we must give him credit. He took an overnight flight to get here, so he's had the longest day ever. But finally, we're going to say goodbye to him. Well, from the stage, he'll be here. We are going to break for lunch now. After lunch, we have some pretty exciting sessions coming up. We have a demo of Aubrey AI, which is the agent. Aubrey de Grey, who is the researcher at Based-Off, will be joining the stage, along with Vita Dow and one of the AI developers behind the model, so you can really understand how they were thinking about building it. We will then have our CEO take the stage and give his keynote, and then after that, he will join a fireside panel with Arthur Hayes. So yeah, all of that will be happening after lunch, but for now, go eat your fill and enjoy. super enjoyed the lunch and the smoothies. Someone came up to me and they were like, these are the healthiest drinks I've seen at a conference. And I did say, well, that is kind of the vibe, longevity, health and wellness and all that. And on that note, we will be moving into our Aubrey session, which is about discovering the next longevity compounds. Without further ado, I would like to welcome the team to stage.
All right, so I'm up first, apparently. Thank you for being here. So I was transported here from the 20th century, and I am completely blown away by what has been achieved by this collaboration, DeSci Bio and Molecule, in terms of the creation of this agent and this token. I've just been asked to speak for 10 minutes about really what the limitations are, the challenges that the longevity movement faces in, maximizing the speed with which we bring aging under comprehensive medical control, and the ways in which agents like Aubrey and the other work that you guys do can facilitate this and can make things happen faster. So I think I'm going to try and summarize this under 3 headings. Number 1, siloing. Number 2, funding. And number 3, manpower. So with regard to siloing, what do I mean? Well, aging is this very chaotic process whereby the body damages itself in the course of its normal operation. And because the body is such a complicated machine, there are many, many ways in which that happens. And the ways in which we can control that damage are similarly diverse. So you have a huge variety of different types of expertise within the biomedical community, biomedical research community, that are being developed usually for other reasons to address this or that early onset disease, for example. And the people who are the world experts in these areas don't talk to each other very much. I have tried to address this quite energetically over the past 20 years or more by, organizing conferences, for example, that bring such people together when they would never normally talk to each other. But now we have this enormous opportunity with these bioagents to address that problem, to allow people to expand their areas of expertise and to interface with each other much more effectively than ever before, simply because it takes so much less time to gain that expertise, to understand why someone else's work is relevant, and also, of course, to do it in a creative way, to identify the right questions to be asking, to essentially have a dialogue with an agent that will lead one's own thinking in a direction that will facilitate the right kind of collaborations. And certainly my experience over the past 20 years or more has been that these collaborations and expansions of people's areas of expertise is enormously necessary, enormously productive in taking the field forward. So the next thing is funding. So, of course, there are many ways in which we try to bring money into this movement, and a lot of them are very unevenly distributed. In the private sector, anyone who wants to make money typically wants to make it tomorrow, and therefore there's an enormous bias in the private sector towards things that are low-hanging fruit, that can somehow address some aspect of aging, but that's not really where they're making their money. They'll make money in other ways, and so things get left out and neglected. It's the same in academia, where there's an enormous bias towards testing mechanistic hypotheses that get you nice papers in high-profile journals. Again, that turns out to be extremely biased towards certain aspects of the problem and against others. So that's why, over the years, I have led a succession of non-profit entities that are funded predominantly by philanthropy. This kind of sidesteps that issue and allows us to work on real moonshots, things that are longer term, but really necessary. And the work that we do at my current organization, LEV Foundation, is a great example of that. We are taking things that have been developed by other people and combining them in a search for things that combine additively to give a greater impact on delaying the health problems of late life. So, the thing about what AI agents and the AI token, Aubrey, can do here is enormous, because it brings people in to the field especially people who think like engineers and who understand that aging is fundamentally a problem of preventative maintenance, which is something that, believe it or not, biologists have a really hard time getting their head around. But if you think that way, then you're already positively disposed to the idea that aging is something that we have a good chance of bringing under comprehensive medical control. But you don't have the expertise yourself to be involved at the bench, for example. The coin, the token, helps enormously here. You can do well by doing good. You can really, help us to do our experiments, but at the same time, you can be doing what you know how to do, working in crypto and profiting from it, doing things as you would with any other token. So I'm very, very happy about that. And the final thing is manpower. The key thing about the work that we do and the work that is done throughout the biomedical community is that a lot of it is extraordinarily labor-intensive. If I give the example of simply keeping abreast of the literature, of the published literature, we have people in my organization that do that, but they can hardly keep up. In fact, they can't really keep up. Despite working incredibly hard. This can be enormously streamlined by an AI agent that surveys the literature and, of course, beyond the literature, including, for example, the patent literature and other areas, including the whole internet, and can bring things to our attention that would otherwise have been overlooked. And this applies, as I say, throughout the biomedical community. So it's an enormous value add. Another great example of this is the studies that we do, which are very large ones involving thousands of mice, which we're trying to make live longer. We have a huge amount of data that's generated, and actually analyzing that data and deriving new insights from it that may inform future experiments or even refine the current experiment. This is something that we hardly scratched the surface of in the past few years during the first study of this nature that we did. And now, in our subsequent studies, especially because we're going to be using what are called smart cages that generate data, minute by minute on these experiments, we will have vast quantities of data that we ourselves would have no prayer of being able to study. And now we're going to be able to make that data available to the wider community in a manner that can actually be analyzed with the help of agents like Aubrey. So this leads to better high-quality hypothesis formation as a kind of dialogue between the agents and the humans, and it's going to be completely transformational. I think I'm probably over my 10 minutes, so I'll stop there and hand over to Alex. You've got one.
Cool. Thank you so much, Aubrey. So yeah, I'm part of the team. I'm going to be talking a little bit about our vision for how we're using AI to fund and advance longevity science. So before I start, I just want to point you guys to this. This is essentially the terminal interface for the AI agent that we developed alongside Aubrey. It is Marco's going to run you guys through it in a bit with a demo, but this is essentially just prompting the agent and trying to create some hypotheses based on some scientific inputs. So that's coming next, but let me just walk you through the overall vision for what we're trying to do here. So Vitadal's mission has always been to fund and advance longevity science, and we want to do this in a way that is much, much cheaper and much, much faster than traditional academia. So what we do is we leverage AI, crypto, and all of this tech to essentially get there much cheaper and much faster, right? So what we want to do is we want to have all of these agents being like a tool, like a co-scientist to many academics that we have as part of our community. So we want them to essentially be able to use this tool to create hypotheses first, and this is something that we're going to be talking in more detail here. The agent is actually pretty good at creating new novel scientific hypotheses already. So we want to enable this scientist that may have a crazy idea, that may not have a way to explore them, or like means to explore them, and by means I mean either funding or like a team or connections necessary. So we want to have the agent serving them in that front. So hypothesis generation is the first one, but we want these AI agents to help them throughout the entire scientific process, right? So from hypothesis generation to experimental design, and then like data analysis. I think that's a big one. It's linked to the main power issue that Aubrey just brought up. So we want to have these agents capable of, digesting visual data. So Aubrey's lab, for instance, is going to be generating a lot of visual data from the mice that we're going to be filming. So we want to have the agents, tap into that data room and processing the data in real time. And then lastly, more further down the line, we want to have these agents also being capable of driving the scientists towards things like IP filing or commercialization, at least helping them to some extent in that front. And we want to have many of these agents deployed across the entire organization, and we want to have these agents, quote unquote, installed across many different labs. And the power of that is we have all these labs generating all this data. It's all proprietary. To some extent, we can obviously, it's open science, so we like to publish even bad results. That's like the core of the ethos of DeSci. But we want to have this data being used to further train the agent, right? So it creates this flywheel effect where the agent becomes smarter and smarter over time, given all of this data that it is consuming through the scientific research that we're developing internally. So at the end of this, I think we're going to have an agent that is really smart in doing science. Hopefully we can attract many different ideas. We have like very fast feedback loops from these ideas that might be too crazy to explore elsewhere. We learn from them, and then we create, hopefully we can create these moonshots over time. So I'll pause here. Marco is going to be giving you guys a quick demo over the agent itself and how it works. And yeah, hand it over to you, Mo.
Hello, I'm Marco. I'm from the Bio AI team. And yeah, I'll give you first a short explanation of how the technology behind the agent works, and then we can go through this demo that's kind of looping here right now. So yeah, Aubrey AI is an agent. It's supposed to be a digital twin of Dr. Aubrey de Grey. Yeah, the way it works is it has a bunch of tools. So I would first say about, I would first tell you about we call it the knowledge tool, and basically we fed this agent with a bunch of notes, unpublished research, yeah, basically a lot of things that the LUV Foundation gave us. And yeah, the agent, whenever it's prompted to do something, because obviously it's supposed to be a digital twin of Aubrey de Grey, it's supposed to behave and think like him. That's why it always queries those notes. And we also trained like a voice model, so we don't have voice right now on the presentation, but like it can also speak like Aubrey, and we have like basically a character file which makes it kind of behave like him as well. Additionally, we have 4,000 size papers that we query in two ways. So one of the ways is a model that's called Open Scholar. So Open Scholar is already a fine-tuned model for science papers. It's basically like trained on general papers, but we further fine-tuned it by taking these 4,000 papers, which 2,000 of them were provided by the LUV Foundation, and another 2,000 we have a tool in VitaDAO which is used to grade papers. So we took a bunch of longevity papers, like 10,000 of them, and graded them, and we took the top 2,000. So we further like cleaned these 4,000 papers, we transformed them into like very structured data, and we used it to train this model, and now it's using, well, basically a re-ranker and a retriever. And each time that a question is related to, obviously, science, it uses this tool and essentially retrieves semantically similar parts of the papers which are related to the question. So if you ask about, for example, here, I think we mentioned like mitochondrial uncoupling proteins, it's gonna look for papers that mention it and takes actions from them which are related to this. we query these science papers in another way, actually, and that is the knowledge graph. So the difference essentially between just querying papers in text versus querying a knowledge graph is that this graph represents relationships much better. So in the graph, you can obviously see like each paper is described by, well, not only one node, but a bunch of nodes in the graph. And essentially, if a paper talks about the Alzheimer's disease, it's connected to that node. And all of the other papers that talk about the Alzheimer's disease are also connected to that node. And each time you query it about science, we traverse this graph in some way. And that's how we additionally get valuable insights from these papers. Yeah, so this agent runs both on the terminal and on Twitter. The idea is like you can obviously try it on Twitter, but also here, like we have an invite code for all of you. So it's aubry.ai. I don't know if it's, so AUBR.ai. You can use the code bioprotocol, so everything together, bioprotocol. Yeah, so I wanted to run you through this demo as well, but I guess it's looping right now, so I'm gonna wait a second until it does. But like Alex said, there are really quick loops in which you can find your science here. So essentially through this demo, I'm gonna show you how we went through, well, obviously it's kind of a demo, but like you could, in theory, in one conversation, have some idea, have the agent enhance it, and then essentially mint an IP NFT which represents this data. You wanna, yeah.
I just waiting in real quick. He's gonna walk you guys through the process of minting an IP NFT. I just want to quickly give you guys an overview of what that is and what that represents. So you can see here, first there's a research processing, that's the iterative process for creating hypothesis, and POI stands for proof of invention. So this is essentially a proof that you, the scientist, own that idea. So that is essentially an NFT on-chain that only you own, so you can prove ownership over that for anyone. And then the IP NFT is basically the next step to develop that POI. Essentially, usually there is a sponsor research agreement attached to or underpinning that IP NFT, which essentially represents the terms under which you're going to be developing that idea. And usually there is a funder behind that IP NFT. In many cases, the funder is VitaDAO. So VitaDAO has funded, I think, more than 20 IP NFT projects so far. So this is the process. Well, I don't know if that's the right timing to be there in the presentation still, but we're going to walk you through essentially the capabilities of Aubrey to enable anyone to kickstart a project, that process really, really simply. So you interface with it, you bounce ideas through it, and then you come to a point where your hypothesis is worth exploring. You can essentially mint your POI and develop your idea from there.
Right, yeah. So here I asked some, well, it's not really a simple question, but I asked some question about science, about whether tuning mitochondrial energy flow and cellular NAD+ levels restore youthful metabolic flexibility. Actually, this is someone from our community which posted this on Twitter. We're just mimicking it here. And based on this example, so I explained the flow, how the agent works in theory, but considering this question, so the agent is going to see these questions, is going to think, okay, how am I going to give the best answer to this question? First is going to query Aubrey's notes for potentially if he has any opinions on this. And let's say, we could say that's kind of subjective, because obviously we do want this agent to be as close to Aubrey de Grey as possible. And then it's going to also query this model that we trained on the science papers and the knowledge graph to, let's say, retrieve some insights from other papers which are potentially not related to Aubrey de Grey. And it's going to take both of those inputs, and it's going to give you the final answer. And that's why we're trying to, this agent basically should be as close as possible as to you, literally doing research with Aubrey de Grey, but obviously this is an AI, it's not a real person. But unlike Aubrey de Grey, it's available 24/7, and you can constantly talk to it and further refine your hypothesis. And yeah, here I asked it basically based on its answer to create a hypothesis, and also to give us some information on how we can test this. So in theory, after this is done, yeah, so it's going to give us a hypothesis. And you can, like Alex said, first mint a proof of invention. So proof of invention, I think Kevin is going to give a talk about it later. But in short, this whole conversation is taken, it's hashed, and it's stored on the blockchain, which is basically proof that you were the one who actually created this research along with the agent. And yeah, once that is hashed, you can also additionally create an IP NFT, which represents this research, and later also create an IP token, which could potentially raise funds to fund this testing of this, basically hypothesis, this experiment, because obviously that's also not cheap. Yeah, I don't know how we are with time, but I think that's pretty much it regarding the demo. We can open for questions or just talk in general more or something. Yeah.
Q&A, if anyone has questions, we're here to take them.
Any questions?
Do you guys have a launchpad or whatnot set up for after token generation, and what like fee cut of inventions or whatnot do you guys take?
So these, the launchpad that we're currently using is BIOS. So Albre itself was launched through the Bio Launchpad. Some of these ideas are also going to be launched through Bio Launchpad. Some of them coming really, really soon, actually. So yeah, that's currently how we're using it. And you asked about the fees. So usually what we do, and that was the new model that we implemented with Albre, is we not only crowdfund through the sale itself, we also crowdfund through trading fees over time. And that is an interesting model because it can create this perpetual funding for the research project, right? So in the case of Albre, for instance, we launched a token through the Launchpad, but we have generated more fees through trading fees than with the launch itself. So they need funding for the next 48 months, so we can create that funding over time through these trading fees. So that's more or less the model.
What DEX does it get integrated in?
Well, all the Albre is launched on Base, so we are basically on Airdrop and Uniswap. But we are expanding to other chains as well.
The proof of inventions, do they get like a can they be patented? I don't assume that they're built in.
The proof of inventions are not patent. They're not patent. They're just ideas. So they're like the very first step in the process, right? So the IP NFT and the IPTs are more robust or more like well-developed ideas. So those can be patented as we go further down the funnel.
Cool. I've got another question over here. Give me a second.
Hey, thank you for the presentations. Very interesting. A question from me. So you answered a bit about the business model of basically how you, in long term, you will get funded. So the product, if the product is LLM or ChatGPT for scientists, and the second question is, what would be the next step after longevity? Do you have other like fields that you would be interested in? Training an LLM?
Okay, so I'll take the second question first. Well, VitaDAO is a longevity-focused community. So from our side, we only do longevity. But other bio agents are launching through the Bio Launchpad. I think Paul's going to give a talk in a little bit, talk about them. Recently, we launched the BioBiome DAO. And there are other coming. So longevity was the first one, but there are others through the Bio Launchpads coming soon. But from our side, Vita, we only do longevity research. And your first question again, apologies?
So it was about the business model. So I guess that the cost also would be, if you train your model on a lot of scientific paper, you have to pay the access to the scientific papers, I guess. So you have to pay fees probably, and you will like recurring fees. And so the question is, how do we get, what is the long-term, I would say, business model, and who is going to pay and how much?
Yeah, I think that's linked to my previous answer. Albre is a token on trading on the blockchain, and there is a fee that is actually baked into the smart contract of the token. So every time that is someone is trading the token on DEXs, part of that transaction flows back into the treasury of the agent, and then the treasury of the agent can be used to cover expenses like access to token gated, access to research papers and all that.
Thank you.
Cool. We have time for one more question. Going? Gone. Cool. Thank you so much, guys. It was great having all three of you on stage. Let me take those back. Next up, we have the incomparable Paul Kohlhaas, founder of Molecule and Bio. Paul's been building in the DeSci space for sort of as long as the DeSci space has been around, and spends, I'd say, 99% of his waking time thinking about how to build stronger systems and make DeSci last. So yeah, without further ado.
Cool. Hi, everyone. Really good to be here. Is there a clicker? Oh, cool. Sweet. Nice. Cool. Amazing. Thanks so much, everyone, for coming and for being here. Thank you so much to Ella and the entire organizing team for bringing us to this beautiful venue today. I'm here to kind of give the high level, like why are we building in DeSci, and then kind of give a really broad overview of the ecosystem. And actually go into the underlying tokenomics of why I think science can actually create really long-term sustainable value and also play a long-term role in crypto economics. Cool. So those who invest into crypto, I think we invest into crypto because we believe in sovereignty and liberty and open source access and in freedom of speech. And because kind of over time, something is being taken away from us slowly and silently. With that, I kind of mean like the underlying inflation that we've kind of experienced since about 15 years now, but that has really become rampant over the last couple of years, which has given rise in systems and belief systems like Bitcoin. And so fundamentally, I want to draw an analogy here and say that science and medicine today are really trapped in similar power structures. Biopharma is one example, but science more broadly, biopharma is often kind of deemed too big to change as an industry, yet it consumes roughly 18.5% of US GDP. Roughly 9% of that alone goes to drugs and pharmaceuticals. And it's kind of entrenched in this 19th century era patent system and innovation system that has barely changed. And I think the analogy here to how the Federal Reserve actually controls our monetary supply. There's a very famous quote from Balaji who said, like, someone had to, in order to change the Fed, someone had to kind of invent Bitcoin. And that's what's gotten everyone actually much more actively talking about kind of the inflation that we're experiencing. Well, I think a similar thing is true for science. And it's why it's really an honor and pleasure kind of to work on this problem together, because I believe together, by really beginning to think about how science and medicine are trapped in similar power structures, can we actually change them? So science for the longest time has really been the progress engine for our civilization. But kind of that engine is stalling. So the productivity of research has kind of drastically fallen since the 1950s and 1960s. So are ideas actually getting harder to find? No, at the same time we hear about all this incredible innovation in science, biotech, all the time. So like what's really stuck? There's been huge budget cuts, specifically in the US, mainly this year, but it kind of started over the last couple of years. And then at the same time, also biopharma venture financing is massively declining. There's a last interesting paper that was written that papers and patents are becoming less innovative and disruptive over time. Yet what we actually find at Bio and within kind of the DeSci ecosystem, there's so many people with incredible ideas that are like begging for funding. So this is a really famous quote that I've used kind of since the early days of DeSci, which is scientists spend about 80% of their time applying for funding and 20% doing the science. Aubrey and Caitlin, I think I actually asked you that question recently, and like to most researchers, this is true. And if we think about innovation and progress, if you apply this analogy to like writing software code as a developer, it's actually quite striking. Imagine software developers had to spend 80% of their time applying to buy a keyboard, and could only, like once they got enough money to buy really expensive keyboards, actually kind of do the outputs of their work. And we have this fundamental hypothesis that most of the world's scientific talent actually remains untapped. A lot of some of the greatest scientists that we're seeing kind of come from atypical backgrounds, atypical universities. They're cross-disciplinary. And then if we look at the other side, if we look at the demand side, so this is something that treatments and actually recurring revenue dominate a healthcare system today instead of cures, right? We've kind of developed a system that needs lifelong customers instead of disincentivizes actually finding cures. It's something we talked a lot about with one of the DermaDAO founders, is that, for instance, large skincare companies, they don't actually have an incentive to, like, for instance, curing acne, or like fundamentally revitalizing your face. They would rather sell you something that you kind of have to use every day, right? And so there's a fundamental disincentive here for innovation. Goldman Sachs asked us in a really famous report where they looked at a company that put a new hepatitis C drug to market, and they asked, is curing patients a sustainable business model? So like, this is a known fact, that it's not a sustainable business model. And hence, I think we need new business models that actually bring sustainability in. So we live in a time of science fiction and not of science fiction. If we kind of want to, Singapore actually very much looks like this, or you can kind of see the glimpses of it. Because it lives in, I think, in a much more progressive and sustainable state. And I think in order to get there, we need permissionless science. So a lot of what we dedicate our time to at Bio and at Molecule is permissionless science. Very broadly, what is DeSci? DeSci, for me, is a movement that aims to build public infrastructure for funding, creating, reviewing, crediting, storing, and disseminating scientific knowledge fairly and equitably using Web3 technology. We just had an amazing demo from Aubrey. I'll talk a little bit more about that. But for us, for instance, these bioagent and agentic systems are really good examples of this type of infrastructure. There are different kinds of DeSci verticals. So scientific funding and liquid IP, for instance, research communities and DAOs, publishing and reproducibility, and identity and reputation. DeSci is still a very new field. Many of you might be hearing about it today for the first time, in fact. And we're really only scratching the surface. So DeSci has been around, like, I'd say in the mainstream, like 3 years, right? I'm here today representing 2 organizations. One is Molecule. We had an amazing presentation from Aaron earlier. Molecule's goal, or Molecule is really a protocol for on-chain scientific IP, turning kind of siloed research data and siloed IP into open liquid markets. And then Bio, we just had someone ask about Bio in the Launchpad. I'll go a bit more into that. Bio is a curation and liquidity engine for on-chain scientific community. We bridge kind of DeFi and DeSci together and enable anyone to launch new BioDAOs, launch fundraise for individual research projects, or launch multi-agent systems. This is actually a slide from 2022, and it's one of the first IP NFT designs that came up. And what's really interesting is that a large part of this design is still being used. I think Kevin is going to give a really good presentation later in the afternoon, where he's actually going to present how this design is continuously being upgraded. But it's what I want to get to this next. It's really, we're still in a phase of building primitives. And so the IP NFT became one of the most important primitives. It essentially combines a legal contract, so a bilateral legal agreement, for instance, a sponsored research agreement. Typically, for instance, if for anyone that doesn't know this, if you're a large pharma company or a biotech company, you find a promising researcher, scientist at a university, you approach the tech transfer office, the scientist says, cool, I need to have a budget of 100,000, the university applies an overhead, you put it all together into a sponsored research agreement, and that kind of grants you now a specific amount of rights that result from that research. So that's how actually most of the active projects in DeSci have been funded. You attach that to a smart contract, and then you encrypt all of the underlying research data. So we often get asked this question, how can IP NFTs or IPTs actually be used for patents down the line? Aren't you fundamentally revealing the underlying research rights? And the answer is no, everything gets encrypted, but securely stored, and it becomes transferable on-chain. You can kind of think of this like a GitHub combined with a multisig. For anyone that uses multisigs in GitHub. Yeah, that's the gist of it. And then what we've done over time, we've created more primitives around this and more wrappers. And so maybe as a very general thing, once primitives are built, they can be infinitely used and freely used and openly. But they have to be refined continuously as shortcomings are discovered. That's typically how software primitives, for instance, develop. And so 2 things, I think in order for DeSci really to succeed, it needs to become data-driven. So we're looking forward to this continuous flow of data that actually flows into this. The original IP NFT was kind of quite static. And I'm looking at Kevin, he's gonna go into a new design later. And then it needs to become demand-side orientated. So this is something that Bio is paying a lot of attention to, is like who is actually on the demand side of the equation for specific research, right? If you're building anything in crypto, the demand side is incredibly important. I often ask this to my team, the question being like, who is the customer? The customer of any innovation or kind of any scientific product, well, should any kind of like scientific endeavor should ultimately be a product that helps people, right? And if you're tokenizing something, the token is kind of the intermediary there. And so we're looking at many new kind of legal and tokenomic designs, figuring out how, for instance, IP that is on-chain can be bought by another player and moved off-chain again, how that can generate liquidity. Vice versa, for instance, if a product is generating revenue. For instance, you saw some of the DermaDAO test samples earlier. I think it's really exciting actually to move into areas where you can have a direct-to-consumer focus and sell a product that someone can have in their hands today that provides value, right? And having those revenues flow back on-chain. So that's something that we're paying increasing attention to. So for anyone, again, that's completely new, at a very high level, what is a BioDAO? This was one of the other big primitives. BioDAOs kind of create value by building on-chain IP token portfolios. And so you have a DAO, a community of people that are dedicated to a specific research area. They vet and fund promising early stage research projects and through that generate IP. And that IP can then be monetized through a variety of ways, and the proceeds flow back into the DAO's treasury. And through that, you kind of get a sustainable funding loop. What I just talked about here, for instance, how this IP can be monetized, we increasingly see kind of DAOs or multi-agent systems like Aubrey, for instance, that are launching IPTs as like almost their research pipeline. It's like a tokenized research pipeline where certain parts of the IP can be sold off over time or it can be monetized. So we're seeing more and more DAOs that are increasingly launching more and more IPTs. And that just kind of gives the demand side more ability to bet on certain goals and certain outcomes. Here, a quick example. We heard a great talk about VitaDAO earlier. We should actually add Aubrey into this. These are some of the IPTs that VitaDAO has funded with some of the world's leading universities. VitaDAO also has quite an extensive equity portfolio. And then these are two of VitaDAO's leading IPTs. I'll talk about one just now to kind of give a brief example. But saying again, both of these, for instance, are in advanced talks with a major government around the world to progress into clinical trials. I think both have already filed for patents. And so like we're slowly showing the entire side of the value chain here. Actually, one of them, VitaRNA, is also in talks to develop a cosmeceutical. So increasingly, as time goes by, you can further monetize them in different ways. This is a kind of an ecosystem dashboard. We actually need to update the numbers on this. I think this is from summer still, but the total BioDAO community size is around 160,000. Ecosystem token holders are 28,000. Total tokenized IP value, I think this has gone up a lot. These are some of the live DAOs, agents, and IPTs that have recently launched. So Aubrey, for instance, we found this really interesting, quickly kind of took the third place. At the top place at the moment is HairDAO, a longevity dedicated to hair loss research. Found a lot of enthusiasts because it's direct to consumer. Second place is VitaDAO. I think if you actually counted, no. Then there's VitaFast. And this is also, it's like a continuous leaderboard that goes up and down. What the Bio app actually enables you to do, if you hold any of these tokens, you can stake these tokens and earn Bio XP. The role of Bio in the kind of ecosystem is actually for Bio token holders to continuously decide and fund new projects that are launching on the Launchpad. This is one way to look at DeSci. If you took a very biotech lens, it's kind of this Royavan of DeSci. Bio represents a growing kind of portfolios of DAOs and IP assets and agents that are backed by cutting edge science. So if you look at Bio, we have all of the different BioDAOs in our ecosystem. Bio is often the largest token holder in many of them. And then they all each mint a variety of IPTs and IPNFTs. So I've talked a lot about IPTs. We think it's a really interesting design mechanism, so they can be exchanged for work, for funding, for contributions from the demand side. So this is a case study actually of how long, or like kind of the life cycle of how an IPT gets minted. So in May 2023, Artan Bio, which is actually introduced by a friend of Pfizer Ventures, of a friend of the MD at Pfizer Ventures. So Pfizer Ventures invested into VitaDAO in January 2023. They joined a lot of the research groups, And they suggested this particular project was at the time considered like a crazy moonshot. VitaDAO funded it for about 80,000, and from that minted the first IP NFT. Kind of see the research proposal here. This then created a first IP NFT. There's also actually an actual LLC that is attached to this in the US. And then next, in June 2024, so just over a year ago, there was, the DAO voted to create an IPT and kind of raise follow-on financing. Back then, this didn't run through BIO's Launchpad yet, but any of these upcoming sales would run through BIO's Launchpad. So what's interesting here, you can have a community that sources a particular piece of IP, and then once it's sufficiently progressed, so in this case, Michael Torres, the lead scientist, generated really, really good data around it. And then it raised $300,000 in follow-on financing, or total, yeah, it raised $300 in follow-on financing, and was follow-on tokenized for about 20% of the token supply. Then it got put onto a Uniswap liquidity pool in June 2024, and it stabilized at around a 3 million valuation. And kind of following all of the first continuous data drops, it's currently trading just over between 5 and 6 million FTV, which is roughly in line with an early stage biotech. And so we're actually, and like there's been enough price movement, all tokens that were issued then are freely tradable and liquid. What you have now is you have kind of these continuous data drops and community calls. You can join these often as a token holder. And the scientist has gotten really active on Twitter, and you can actually see how the data drops drive price discovery and price behavior around it, which we think is really interesting. Kevin is going to go more into this. So essentially, what you'll have over time, you have a continuous dashboard of new projects that are launching, and essentially building out a full liquid scientific portfolio. And so, because we spent a lot of time working in these different DAOs, working with universities, we began asking ourselves, like, what is really moving the needle here? On the one side, it's instant capital, right? It's the success cases of something like VitaRNA, where traders are actually increasingly starting to pay attention to what is happening inside each of the research projects, how can I gain an edge here, like that are hopping from different research projects. The other part is essentially autonomous science, like how can we increase throughput? It takes a long time to source innovation from universities, and so we really began thinking like, how can we agentify science? So we see this as one of the biggest primitives in DeSci are essentially scientific agents and multi-agent systems that automate core research functionalities for scientific communities and for scientific labs. So essentially, together with an agent, a scientific community, or it can be a group of friends in a group chat, can suddenly start having a relatively big surface area in a given scientific field. They can gather all their papers, and they can begin automating intellectual property discovery through continuous refinement. So what is the broad vision here? That bioagents can really generate thousands of hypotheses. Other agents rank, evaluate, design experimental plans, and prioritize the hypotheses. Humans then interact with these ideas and provide key feedback for rewards. And then capital allocation decides the most promising path in the open. And ultimately, traders then drive science from in silico to worms, to flies, to mice, and human trials. I want to give a small shout out here as well to Pump Science. So Pump Science is an early stage experiment that has directly built a kind of a discovery pipeline that goes from C. elegans to Drosophila and mouse experiments. And they've already funded, I think, over 60 different experiments just through a couple weeks of trading volume. And we're actually seeing this framework massively advance. So we already have communities now that are not just applying this for hypothesis generation, but also using the same graphs, decentralized knowledge graphs and paper uploading frameworks to essentially build consumer-facing agents, right? So these agents can now not only like generate novel scientific hypotheses and experimental plans, but they can also, for instance, be used for personalized health advice to an extent that a current ChatGPT or Claude or other models just wouldn't be able to. This was one of the first ones that we launched. We just had a presentation about it earlier, the digital twin of Aubrey de Grey. One thing that I'm really excited by is that this agent essentially is an active steward of one of the largest mouse rejuvenation projects. And if we can succeed at this, like these are the types of studies I think where DeSci can make a major dent in the world. It's like if we can, like I've always found this incredible, Aubrey. If we can double the lifespan of mice, Like that's the type of thing that ends up in newspapers, and it's the kind of thing that gives us an enormous amount of novel, like basic science insights that the space can actually build on. And so one of the reasons why we got so excited about working with Dr. Aubrey de Grey was that coupling that novel data generation with an agent that can be prompted in the open, I think brings us much closer to open science than we've been in the past couple of years. We spoke a lot about this too. What I'm also really proud of is over $300,000 in fees that have been generated. If any of you actually want to check out how Aubrey works, what it does, just go on aubr.ai. And as the team alluded to as well, we'll have a lot more experiments coming this week. Test it out. Anyone can prompt Aubrey in public on X to generate novel hypotheses. These are some of the examples that we started having in the first couple of weeks. It's been incredible. I think by now we must have crossed the 3,000 or 4,000 hypothesis mark, or through POIs that have been generated in the public. There's a lot of refinement that is still needed here, right? It's like sometimes the responses are not as good, sometimes responses are being duplicated, right? So one of the next big steps that we're working on is actually making sure that each response is actively ledgered. Alex alluded to this. So this is the current bioagent hypothesis workflow. An agent collaborates on a hypothesis. This creates a proof of invention. These can be refined and progressed to IPNFTs. They can be then tokenized into IPTs to raise funding for completely novel research. Aubrey was 14x oversubscribed, and the launch since then has been really, really successful. It's trading at about 35 million FTV. And we've launched a series of new agents, or we're in the process of launching them. So Biome AI launched last week, dedicated to microbiome research. We also had another IPT launch focused on novel EDMT derivatives with the University of Florida. And I think we have 2 more presentations this afternoon by teams that are actively launching IPTs or agents. So we're slowly refining the framework, but also increasingly opening up the funnel. So in summary, we're building towards a world where scientists instead spend 80% doing the science, 20% applying for funding, a world where science becomes permissionless, self-sovereign, and autonomous, and where anyone can fund and participate in science independent of institution and geography. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Paul. Wait, I can't do this with, I've got too few hands here. We are now doing our fireside chat, Paul and Arthur Hayes. We're very excited about it. Here we are.
Boom.
Straight from one talk to the next.
Yep.
Yeah, you've probably been there all week, eh? I live here, so. Oh, you live in Singapore? Yeah. Oh, okay, nice, good. Cool, I'm just opening up the notes. Okay. Good turnout for your conference? Good turnout? Yeah. Yeah, we've had people cycle in and out all day, but yeah, it's a nice venue, cozy. Should we get started?
Let's go.
Cool. So it's really exciting to be here today with the legendary Arthur Hayes. Arthur, do you want to introduce yourself to the crowd quickly?
Yeah, so I'm the CIO of my family office, Maelstrom. We invest in early stage token projects, do a bit of liquid trading. My claim to fame is obviously co-founder of BitMEX, inventor of the perpetual swap, and I've been doing crypto since 2013.
Amazing. I have a little confession to make. I've always been a fan.
Thank you.
I started using BitMEX in 2016. And so yeah, was one of the early user cohort, always loved the product. It was like I think you were the first to really have to really offer that kind of level of extreme leverage. I started using Poloniex. Poloniex had like 2.5x, and then so it was a very, very big change. What was it actually like? Yeah, what was that early period of growth like? Like this was pre-DeFi. like, yeah, as a founder, kind of growing up in this ecosystem?
I mean, it was really crazy to see how quickly Bitcoin grew, because obviously I started building BitMEX with my co-founders in 2014 after MT Gox had gone bust, and Bitcoin went down from $1,300 to $135, and nobody wanted to ever use an exchange again, and all this sort of stuff. So it was quite 2016 and 2017 were a great time for everyone, because Bitcoin had finally made it like close to $1,000, and like, oh yeah, it's just gonna, we're crushing it. So yeah, it's a great time in the ecosystem, and obviously Ethereum had just launched, and so all the ICO hype and hoopla was building, and it was a really fun time in the industry. But obviously today is just as fun. It's just more people.
A lot more people, yeah. So one thing that I often say is like so DeSci really started out with the launch of VitaDAO in like 2021, mid 2021. The first primitives started emerging early 2022. So we're still, I'd say, like I've often compared it to DeFi in terms of like the emergence of a new space that needs to solve fundamental infrastructure problems. So I'd say DeFi really started emerging 2017. 2018, Uniswap, like first you had CDPs on Maker, then Uniswap, then DYDX, 2019. Like how did you actually watch that from afar, building a centralized exchange? And like how do you think about it now in terms of?
I think obviously back then the infrastructure was super clunky versus a centralized offering. The speed, especially when you're talking about trading perps, like the speed wasn't there. Obviously they were all kind of centralized, in some way, shape, or form, except for maybe Uniswap. But the clients still really wanted to trade in a centralized experience. They wanted the customer support. They wanted the fast trading. But I always believe that, and I still believe that the centralized trading is the future, and centralized exchanges will not be as dominant as they still are today in the near to medium term future. But the client has to want it. So there has to be a reason why they're not going to use a BitMEX or Binance or whatever it is. And after a lot of people lost the ability to trade on a certain platform, maybe the leverage got taken down, or their favorite shitcoin wasn't available because somebody said that the centralized exchange couldn't offer it. And then all of a sudden you have this open playground and decentralized offerings where you can do whatever you want, as long as it's compliant with the particular protocol, and that gives people a lot of space to innovate and to express themselves, at least in the financial markets. And obviously now we have real product market fit, Hyperliquid, Lighter, Aster, all these different perp dexes are doing tens of billions of dollars a day of trading volume, and the centralized exchanges feel sort of threatened by this freedom that's offered in the DEX space.
If we kind of compare the two industries together, like do you see let's comparing DeFi and DeSci, I almost feel like DeSci skipped the SEX part, the centralized part of its development, but still in that regard often feels very clunky and very early. Like, do you have any advice to kind of any builders here, or like, do you find the comparison accurate in a way?
Maybe there's the centralized option is just the current academic way you find research, right? Yeah. So it's expensive, it's clunky. You get certain outcomes. Some are good, some are bad. Some people feel like they're left out of the process and they're not getting heard in the types of research that they would like to have happen. And obviously now with this amazing funding tool called, a decentralized blockchain, we can take the amount of money that people hold in aggregate, and it's not just one rich person deciding, who they want to invest in, or a rich government per se. It's whatever the people want to invest in and what they want to research, and maybe they coincide, maybe they don't. And I think that's the real promise for DeSci is, what does the community want us to research scientifically? Hopefully some of this stuff is commercially viable and solves some real problems, or we know more about the universe or what have you. So that's what I'm super excited about. It's like, what are we going to learn? Because we now have the aggregate funding mechanism of the entire world versus academia and governments.
Yes. Talking about that, what are some of the areas that you find most exciting? Like that you feel should really be researched independent of DeSci or with DeSci?
So obviously I'm always pumping bags. So I recently bought a large stake in a longevity clinic. So we do stem cells. What we're really good at and what we make most of our money is we help quadriplegic and paraplegics attempt to walk again via Medtronic devices in their spine and injection of stem cells. We also do non-traditional cancer treatments as well, and so that's where we make most of our money right now. But we have this ability to offer stem cells to people who can pay for it in Mexico and Thailand, and soon to be other locations. And as somebody who is an athlete and wants to prevent injury, be able to do the things I want to do as I get older, this is something I'm super passionate about. Just learning about the human body and doing research in making us healthier and better, and being able to enjoy this universe for as long as we can in a healthy particular way. So that's sort of what I'm passionate about. So I hope there's certain proposals that people put out there that's going to make my job easier as somebody who commercializes this stuff.
Yeah, it's actually one of the fields. So congrats on that investment. It sounds really exciting. We'd love to chat more. One of the fields that we're really excited about, for instance, is biohacking. And on the one side, nootropics, that's more cognitive enhancement. On the other side, though, like peptides. Have you looked into something called BPC 157?
I haven't tried peptides yet. I mean, I know there's so many different peptides, so many different things, and I think one thing, and hopefully there are people who are going to bring research projects to light, is we have all of this anecdotal evidence. Like, I believe that stem cells work because I've had injuries, I've taken stem cells, and I've gotten better, right? But that's not good enough, right? We need proper medical research into this stuff to prove to people who are like, well, it doesn't work. Show me some peer-reviewed paper or some rigorous study in this, and it's expensive, right? So I hope that we're able to bring to light some of this anecdotal evidence, put it in a rigorous, scientifically proven out method, and that's just going to bring more money into the space as we do things with proper science.
Really well said. Do you actually think that should, that there should be more open science in that sense, that people should run their own investigator-initiated mini trials where you have a physician oversee something, but you're essentially testing completely novel things, in jurisdictions where that's potentially allowed? I saw you speaking at the Network State Conference on Friday, I think, with Balaji. And so that's always been a topic, for instance, in these network states, is running unregulated clinical trials. Is that something, if we combine that, for instance, with the ability to trade an asset, and you could see data stream in real time, do you think things like that should happen?
Absolutely. I would love for them to happen, but obviously we have to be very safe about it. So full transparency, consenting adults doing this sort of stuff. Obviously we'll get abused. Come on, it's just going to happen. But then it's just up to us to be able to survive the public backlash of, there's a research project done, there was a financial incentive, somebody cut some corners, some people got hurt. It's definitely going to happen, but I think we have to be very ethically sound in how we go about these things to make sure that when that does happen, that there are people doing it the right way.
Yeah. This is something that CZ and his team asked me once, and it's still a question that I've left that I haven't been able to answer. So they've been really interested in DeSci as well. But one of the biggest things that they've stumbled over is how DeSci can essentially successfully marry the long life cycles of funding and commercializing science, running super long studies, with the short attention spans that are inherent to crypto and kind of the markets today.
And publish it often and as much as you can, right? I think we have lots of projects. Ethereum was founded with just a white paper, right? I mean, obviously it's back then and things have changed, but I think there is this thirst for, I want to invest in the next new thing that is going to have some real value, whatever that means. Maybe it's financial, fintech infrastructure. In this case, it's science. I think, in this day and age, with a more educated and literate population, people believe in science. They've studied history. They've seen how people have made and lost fortunes based on betting on new scientific discoveries. So I think that there is an innate demand from ordinary people to invest in this stuff. It just has to be communicated properly, and people have to be transparent with what they're doing. So yeah, okay, you have a 10-year cycle, you have so many tests to do, but don't just be shut in your lab and don't tell people about it. Tell the community what's going on, what's going well, what's not going well. I think that's what gives people confidence to continue to support you throughout the life cycle.
Yeah. What do you think proofs for a science like that should look like? Because we also know that the publishing industry is really broken. So I think on the one side, we need new ways to verify scientific outcomes, right? But on the other side, do you think it's important that, for instance, if DeSci wants to move ahead rapidly, that things are published in existing journals and papers and follow the traditional peer review cycle? Or do you actually think that side also needs to be completely rethought?
I mean, I think it's an open platform that people are going to try. Like, if there's a financial incentive, there's going to be people who cut corners and just put shit out there, right? Yeah. There's going to be people who, for whatever reason, their reputation precedes them, and they're able to move fast and break things, and people trust that when they, produce a study, even though it might not end up in, whatever journal that people are respected, that this guy or this gal is not actually lying because they have a professional reputation. Yeah. So I think we just, hopefully rely on the wisdom of the crowds and the reputational aspect of scientists who have a higher calling rather than just to make money.
Yeah, well said. You said you're an athlete, and I'm sure you've been, I think gyms have changed a lot over the last maybe 5 or 10 years. Steroids, for instance, or even just performance enhancers used to be very taboo. And now I feel like whenever I go to a gym internationally, there's all of these YouTube Shorts videos. I don't watch that stuff, but it's where people go around and they interview people. Are you natural? Are you still natural? And barely anyone is natural. Do you think any of those things have been regulated, or many of them are essentially untested substances, especially new things that are coming to market. Why do you think it's the case that in certain industries it's almost like the norm? Whereas in other industries, it's still testing is so highly regulated, and we have this whole edge of being extremely careful.
I mean, yeah, if you take steroids, for example, right? No one cares if a bunch of bodybuilders die because they, wanted to pump themselves up so they could, bench press 1,000 pounds or whatever. But if you're rolling out some new generally available cancer drug, and just, the TAM is massive, you care if a bunch of people die, right?
But aren't those people dying already?
They are.
So in the one case, you have healthy people that are taking something and they're dying. In the other case, you have people that are dying.
It's politics, right? Yeah. People go to the hospital and okay, well, if this person is offering this thing, then they must have done the research. There's an implicit trust versus, okay, this guy's just trying to get big, right? Whatever, let him let him or her do what they want to do. It doesn't really affect me. But I think it's the environment in which the drug is offered, correlates to how much you should regulate it. Because if there's implicit trust, I'll go to the hospital, right? Okay, well, yeah. I hope that they've done their research. Yeah. Versus, okay, well, I know that I'm taking a risk. I've signed up to this, and I'm okay if I'll take the consequences.
Yeah. So I think this is something someone from my team, Aaron, gave a great talk about it earlier. The right to try should be much more protected from a legislative perspective. I know there's certain countries already that are really trialing this, but I think if there is, for instance, if something emerges on the internet that shows a decent chance at extending your life as a late stage cancer patient, you should be allowed to try it, right? As a consenting adult.
Yeah, I think thankfully now that we have airplanes and travel is cheap, you're going to have countries that are say, okay, well, I believe in that, and they're going to have a tourist impact from that. There'll be countries that no, we're super hardcore on that, and I think the free market will decide whether that is successful. If we start to see more people, trying things out, as we have more community-funded research that's of a rigorous and good standard, then you might say, oh, well, why do all these patients going here and getting this other treatment? Yeah. Maybe I should change the way I think about things.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is something that we're trying to fundamentally enable with Bio is and then you want to tokenize those treatments, because I think when you're operating from a jurisdiction like that, it's often actually difficult to raise funding from it. But if you have kind of global science capital markets, you can actually raise the funding if you show the data. And then increasingly commercialize something and make it attractive for people to come and benefit from those new treatments. And then our hope is that actually transcends into legislation being passed in jurisdictions that haven't allowed that yet. Because I think what we're trying to build with DeSci is to some extent is similar, or we can draw similar analogies to the monetary system, meaning that innovation is regulated, right? And access to medicine is regulated, often at the disadvantage of users, but often to protect kind of inherent power structures. But once you have enough data about something in the public domain, it increasingly actually gets difficult for agencies that are standing for public health to not allow a novel experimental treatment that is showing significant progress in clinics all over the world.
Yeah, I mean, the great thing about money, I guess probably a bad thing too, is people will do anything to make more money. And so when you put a financial incentive on top of it, you're going to get a lot more people looking at it, for good and for bad. Yeah. And hopefully the quality projects are producing something that could be commercially viable, and it only takes one, and then everyone's going to rush on the bandwagon, and oh no, of course we want to allow the community to invest in science and da-da-da-da, right? But, it's getting to that first real success.
Yeah. And it's also about scale. So one thing that we've invested heavily in Bio is like building out an agentic science stack. So agents in science have become really prevalent. I don't know if you were still here for this part. We recently launched Aubrey, which is the first scientific agent dedicated to longevity research. And it's actually a digital twin of Dr. Aubrey de Grey. We actually have him here with us as well. So Vitalik famously donated over 10 million already to Aubrey de Grey's research. And he developed the SENSE framework, which is a fundamental framework that describes like the prevalent biomarkers and like how aging could actually be reversed, which now a lot of the space is kind of built on. And what we're using Aubrey for, it's essentially like a public science machine or like an on-chain science machine that anyone on X can interact with, and then it has a terminal that it kind of tries to lure you into, and then you can mint on-chain IP right out of that terminal and fundraise for novel experiments. I'm sure you've looked at agents more broadly, also in the context of crypto, but was really curious to kind of first maybe get your sense check on that idea, but then also like how you think AI can broadly transform science actually, or like
Yeah, I mean, I guess it just speeds up the cycle of trying and testing and failing and trying and testing and failing. And if it's a computer and you have a digital universe, you can do this ad infinitum really, really quick and really, really cheap. So that's the good thing about AI. The bad thing is, as of right now, they make a lot of errors. They make too many errors. I mean, I'm more focused on sort of the financial aspect where, you know, an AI that's 99% correct is an AI that puts you out of business, right? You cannot be 1% wrong trading. That's game over. So they just have to be perfect, or as near perfect as we can make them, at least in the financial sense. I'm sure it's a little bit different when you're testing hypotheses because you have a real world, did this work or did this not, versus, okay, you know, I had an algo and I fucked up and I lost my whole stack kind of thing.
So you know AI XBT, I'm sure, right?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. Well, it was launched by another launchpad called Virtuals, and AXPT essentially gives like crypto financial advice on X. But it's been interesting it's one of those things that like rise and fall. And as you pointed out, I think the technology around these things just needs to massively improve. So maybe like very broadly, zooming out a little bit, like we're really grateful for your fund support after, like in the recent kind of funding round with BioProtocol. Wanted to ask like what was your investment thesis like around that, and like in bio and DeSci broadly?
We like new shiny toys for traders to trade. Now, hopefully that translates into actual value being created, but you know, we know that sometimes it doesn't, but that doesn't mean it's not a good trading environment. So I think every crypto trader is looking for the next thing. I think this is grounded in a fundamental problem that needs to be solved. You know, obviously I think you guys are good actors, but there will be bad actors. But at the end of the day, it's something new, and we want new things to use this community fundraising tool, you know, decentralized applications for, and that's why we're excited about it.
Yeah, cool. We're doing good on time. What are some of the areas that you think crypto people would be most excited about? Because one thing that we've always found is that there needs to be a high PMF between kind of the crypto demand side and what they find new and shiny. So for instance, it's still like DeSci has kind of gone through these waves of slowly building up liquidity, which is similar to, maybe comparable to the early exchange ecosystem of 2014, 2015, 2016. You had ebbs and flows of liquidity coming in and out. With each new wave of traders, there's a bit more liquidity, but then they also leave again. I remember there were exchanges where essentially it wouldn't make sense to, like, you could trade one coin there or two, but otherwise everything else was either wash trading or there was no one there. How should the DeSci ecosystem best deal with this, in the sense of like, how do you retain liquidity? And yeah. Maybe that's
I think you need interesting things for people to trade, and then, at least in the beginning, something that's quick to validation. So like, okay, I bet on this thing, they had a hypothesis, it worked or it didn't work, and either thing went up a lot or it went to zero, right? Versus, oh, okay, I'm gonna bet on a 30-year longitudinal study, and you know it's gonna yield some results. Like that's not gonna be exciting for crypto traders. Like we're degens, we have ADD, we can't sit still for 30 seconds to watch a TikTok. So what's sort of the TikTok science that we can do that, you know, generates an immediate in scientific terms, timescales result that results in a token either going really, really high or really, really low, because that's what generates the interest. And then once people see, oh, I can trade these things, then they start moving out the risk curve and the maturity curve. Okay, well, I was betting on things that I can, validate within a month or 3 months, whatever the time frame is. Okay, now I feel comfortable with this narrative. Maybe I'll bet on something that could happen the next year, right? And so we start being able to fund longer term projects because people are comfortable with the feedback mechanism in terms of I invest, something happens, I either am successful or I fail.
Do you think, what mechanism do you think is better for that? Like a token or a prediction market? That's something has been thrown around in the world of DeSci for a long time. You could also run prediction markets on these things. Do you personally find that an interesting kind of bet as a trader and investor, or do you think it makes more sense to tokenize everything and have fundamental IP rights kind of tied to it?
I prefer the token just because it's a continuous market. Problem with prediction markets is it's usually there's a statement, right? And there is a body that says, did this statement happen or not? And especially in science, there could be a lot of nuance around what that is, and not as liquid. Versus, okay, here's a token, here's the experiment, and you trade it, right? It goes up and down, da 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 da. The prediction market doesn't give you back-end revenue, right? If there's revenue tied to the commercialization of this particular thing, and it actually happens, the prediction market wouldn't get you paid. But if we're trading a token, then we're looking at the future revenues. If they're successful, therefore it will generate this much, right? And I think that's a much easier story and bigger story to tell people than did this science experiment result in a success or not.
Yeah. So so if the outcomes are supposed to be short, what you can have essentially a lot of micro experiments, and then through that, so we have one platform that that tried this recently. It's called Pump.Science. And Pump.Science really focuses on running kind of anyone can submit any experiment, and they essentially start out with worm experiments and then fly experiments, and if enough trading fees come in, so that all the experiments are funded through trading fees, if enough trading fees come in, essentially goes to mice experiments, and then even would go on to human experiments. But what we found is actually that traders, it's actually when the experiment starts, it's like sell the news. Because the actual experimental data, at least for maybe that subset of traders that developed on there, is relatively boring. So then you have a data output, and you can have a live stream, or just kind of you get the full 8 hours of the worms moving around, or then eventually the mice. How would you respond to that?
I think it's a very hard story to tell. I think if I think about a degen trader, what do you want to do? I want to bet on the next Viagra, right? Yeah. Give me a story about how I'm going to make guys' dicks hard, and how much money that's going to generate globally. And that's a story that I can talk to my friend. Hey, I'm betting on the next dick hard pill. You want to get some too? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I want to invest in that. If we're successful, we're going to be fucking rich, right? That's what the kind of energy that we would want behind a particular scientific experiment that can lead to some commercial product. And that's a story that we can hold in our mind. We don't fucking know what the science is. Oh no, I'm making guys' dicks hard. Okay, cool, yeah, I can invest in that.
You'll be surprised. We actually have a team from Thailand where kind of a lot of make dick hard pills are being researched. I don't know if you have the time, but they're presenting at 4:30 today. But they're launching Dick GPT, which is essentially an agent that. I don't know if the agent makes your dick hard. No. But I think it's giving you male sexual health advice. But then also, essentially, these agents can be used as a direct-to-consumer pipeline to essentially then sell products, or generate enough revenue to begin researching on bigger dick pill. No, but so coming to your point, I'm not. So how should those experiments look?
Big.
Okay. No, in all honesty, it's obviously it's actually a huge problem. I think male fertility has massively declined, and then fertility broadly. What do you think are some of the maybe moving on from that? What are we're very dedicated to longevity research. What are some areas that you'd be excited to tell your friends where we could run a whole bunch of cool experiments that traders can gamble on?
Obviously, I think longevity and we got to tell good stories. What's the outcome of the story that is going to get people really excited? I don't know whether it's some cure-all for cancer or whatever. these are big problems. You can make them smaller problems, but at the end of the day, we need to tell a story. Yeah. With whether that's DeFi or DeSci, like there has to be a story. Yeah. That's what people are investing in. People want to, be that biotech investor and, find the 0 to $1 billion or whatever, right? And obviously that's very difficult to do. But if people believe in there's a story and a chance they can get involved, then they add liquidity to these things. Because people already invest in very speculative biotech startups, right? Like, did you make it to certain trial at the FDA in the US? Like, again, it's a binary outcome. You have no fucking idea as a random, stock picker, right? But you're still trading these things because, oh, well, I know if they get to, phase 3, then commercial, they're gonna make so much money, right? So like, if we're able to give that sort of storiness to the experiments, then yes, I'm gonna have this long paper and test these things, and here's a 10-page long mumbo jumbo medical thing. People are, oh, that's cool, but like, hey, I'm investing in whatever this story is about this, way I'm gonna make the human experience better. Then people are gonna get behind it.
It's actually, for anyone like listening online or for any of our founders, I think this is such good, profound advice in terms of understanding the crypto demand side. How do you get, so I think a lot of DeSci is still would be considered like let's say some of the IPTs or research projects that are launching through our ecosystem will be considered like trench stage. So where you're essentially looking at market caps between like 1 to 5 to 10 million, in some cases 20 or 30. How do you actually bridge the lack of sophistication that you kind of get from that demand side? Would you always just say like you have to start with like one big understandable story and then you can get as deep in it as you want? Or like, how do you also risk not losing people with the complexity of the science?
I mean, I think it's one of those things, right? Bitcoin wasn't made overnight. If you're going like a grassroots, properly built community, it takes time. You need one successful thing to happen. And it could be a small success. Well, okay, you got into 7-Eleven stores. I don't know, whatever it is, right? It doesn't really matter. But one successful product that came from this pipeline of research will make the whole category. And then people will understand how it works. Okay, did they actually pay money based on the revenues or not? How did that process work? How was the governance? All these different questions that you have when you're saying, I'm investing in this token, and theoretically they're supposed to give you revenue from if they're successful in this experiment and it leads to some sort of commercial product. But there needs to be one success. It'll take time. It's going to be slow. This isn't a get-rich-quick kind of thing because, to do proper science takes time. And so I think that people should be not disillusioned. This isn't like, I'm going to put up a website during the ICO boom and all of a sudden I get 100 million in ETH in my wallet, right? It's completely different. Imagine this is like Bitcoin where, the price was like less than $1 for however many years. And then it kind of went like that.
Thank you for putting it that way. It's often like, I've been building in this space for almost 6 years, and so it often feels like a Sisyphus task, especially working. I think DeSci only works if you get both sides of the equation really right? You need to build for the crypto community, and then at the same time, you need to build for scientists and for users. I think that's a really good analogy. And I think what you'll see is some of the earliest work that has been funded, some by VitaDAO, but also some of the other DAOs was funded in 2021, and another project was funded in 2023. Both of those projects are now in talks with a major government in the Middle East because they have a special jurisdiction that is dedicated to longevity, or like not a special jurisdiction, like a special clinical trial program dedicated to longevity. And so if either of these compounds, so both are completely novel technologies, both are patent pending. One is entering non-human primate studies. The other is so safe that you don't need them. So there's been sufficient cell culture studies, and you can go right to human. But if either of them are approved for clinical trials, it would essentially have meant that the DeSci community, the DeSci community funded something for, I think both of them, 500K, the other one up to $1 million at that point, and got it into a clinical trial with a major government, which typically costs around 30 million. So the average cost to get something into clinical trials for a biotech company is 20 to 30 million. If a bunch of people online can do that for 500K or like $1 million, that's huge. And so I think you're right. All it needs is essentially those breakthrough use cases, and they take time to develop. So I appreciate you seeing that.
Nice. And then it's up to you to sell the story, right? You need to, hey, tell the story about that from the rooftops. This is what happened. This is how they did it. This is better than doing it this way. Everybody should, or if you're so inclined, try it out this way to fund your research. And, we're open to any ideas from anyone. You don't have to be a particular type of person.
Yes. Yeah. In fact, I told this story. I told this story earlier, but like a lot of those ideas are essentially deemed complete moonshots, or would never have gotten funding. And so, in so many cases, you have a scientist at a university, or someone online, or someone who like is an inventor. In my view, there's all of this innovation out there that we're just plain not funding. In some cases, actually, if it does get funded by a pharma company, there are many, many cases where innovation that would hurt their bottom line, meaning they lose revenue in other sectors, they will simply bury. So yeah, similar to Bitcoin, I think this can actually be incredibly meaningful and impactful for humanity if we give it time and believe in the science. Ella, how are we doing on time? We've got 8 minutes. Do you want to take some questions from the crowd?
Why not?
Yeah?
Any questions from the audience? And yeah.
So Arthur, you said something about the limitations of prediction markets. And one thing you mentioned was back-end upside, like there isn't one. Do you think that can be alleviated using IP NFTs or IPTs? You know, can like a prediction market work by kind of rewarding people with equity effectively in the ideas that do well?
I guess I haven't really studied too much in prediction markets. The only problem usually is liquidity, right? It's a very specific question you have to answer. Because if you make the question not specific enough, then when it comes time to decide who won or lost, there's volatility in that, and then people get pissed off. Oh no, this person showed favoritism because of whatever, right? And so I think that's one of the big problems with prediction markets outside of very defined, objectively verifiable things. The reason why I like tokens is because they trade 24/7. You can attach revenues to them. You can use them as Lego blocks in DeFi. Maybe DeSci gets so big that I can take this future revenue stream of this highly speculative project and I can get liquidity on it versus I can borrow against it. I can use it in an AMM and all these sorts of things. But you can't do that with a prediction market per se and use it purely in the DeFi Lego space that we have created.
Hi, Arthur. Aaron. So thank you for coming. I'm a big fan. I want to focus on your discussion about narrative a moment ago, and it's trying to marry up scientific storytelling and narrative with narrative that's befitting of the markets, and particularly in an aspect, like I've spoken to filmmakers before, so I had the pleasure of speaking to Ridley Scott for a couple hours around how he casts science in a storytelling perspective, et cetera. And so, he has certain elements of like very precise vernacular that he wants to introduce to mainstream culture. He has takes on virality and things of the sort, but for me, I think like a big sort of escape vector around this is getting the storytelling right and how you pin that narrative. And you've mentioned a few things before where like degens can pick up on something and feel really proud that they got in early on something that's like going to the moon, but like what are the conditions for like having a great narrative?
It's got to be easy. It's an easy story to tell. Like, if I give some, token, right? And I said, what is this? And you can tell me what it is in less than a sentence without thinking too hard, then the narrative is good. Like, why are you investing in this? And you just give me a story, and it's easy to transmit over the internet and very few characters. That's what it is. So I'm not a scientific storyteller, but obviously I'm sure people in this room are able to do that quite effectively.
Hey, Arthur. So you were on a podcast with Kyle Chase the other day, and you mentioned the significance of buyback mechanisms. Paul also mentioned that they are working on a buyback mechanism. And of course, in this cycle, we have seen Hyperliquid, Pump.Fund. So where do you think, like as a small investor and people, where do you think the biggest value came from? Just the buybacks on the burn mechanism? And do you think this cycle is going to be the burn, let's say, buyback mechanism cycle? Because Hyperliquid is leading, Pump.Fund is leading till now.
Yeah, so again, we want to support projects that are making money. And I think we've been doing this ICO thing since 2014, 15. And the first cycle was, hey, I've got a piece of paper on the internet, give me, $10 million or whatever it is. And, okay, cool, yeah. We did that, and then most people lost all their money. So we moved on to, hey, I've got this farm, and I want you to do something on my protocol, and I give you these tokens that I created out of thin air. Don't worry, you don't have to pay anything for my product. And boom, we pumped, and then everything dumped. Some things still survived. And so now this time we're like, okay, cool. There are these products that make money. They have users. We want to have our cut. We've been doing this investing for like almost a decade now. Now it's time to get these cash flows. And so I think people are, that's why they've rewarded Hyperliquid, they rewarded EtherFi, they rewarded Athena and some of these other protocols because they have revenue and they're buying back their tokens. And so I think it's great that now that's the expectation. So we're not just going to get people coming in and just putting up some bullshit website and a blockchain address and expecting to get money. So yeah, I think it's good.
If I can touch on that, I actually think for DeSci this is something incredibly important. So like for all builders. So one area that we're really excited by is actually products that you can take to market very quickly, where you don't need years of regulatory approval. We have one new DAO that's focused on dermatology, for instance. We have an existing one that's focused on hair loss. These are areas where you don't, and often in many cases, don't need FDA approval to put products to market. And the mechanism that we're working on, thanks for that question, is essentially a direct buyback and burn mechanism for any sales, where the token holders actually get to decide the margin. So right, you have kind of cogs of producing something, distribution, globally, marketing, you kind of add that up. And then in the end, and this is the case for any product, typically in pharma you can have a 50x, 100x markups. So the margins in pharma and in biotech are actually nuts. In peptides, for instance, it's the same. In the UAE, you have many companies, like we looked at a website the other day in the UAE, like it's wildly marked up versus what you get, what the product costs in China. Do you think it's a good idea to let token holders ultimately decide the margin that goes into buyback and burn?
I think the problem with too many decisions is that people are lazy and apathetic, and so it's just hard to get people to vote on DAO proposals, right? Like put up a proposal, and how many did you get quorum or not, right? People just want to buy the thing, get a return, right? So I think there's a certain amount of acceptance for dictatorial powers of the creators of these tokens, and so I wouldn't be opposed to say, okay, well, whoever created this thing said, okay, the margin is going to be whatever it is, and cool. If you don't like it, then get a quorum and change it, versus having to wait for the community to come together to make a decision. Like, choose it first and let them challenge it later.
Yeah, well said.
Amazing. We can take one more question, which is going to be that question, and then I'm going to have to shoo the two of you off stage.
Thank you so much. My name is Onkar. I'm a PhD student, but I also work with Nucleate and Filecoin, I think, and kind of Nucleate is a student entrepreneurship society around biotech, and I'm kind of straddling, biotech and DeSci. What I would be most interested to learn is kind of your perspective, given your years of experience, on what should a newcomer be doing in the community? What are ways for them to get involved and start learning more about what's happening out there?
I think the best way is to talk about whatever you're passionate about, whether that's a podcast, writing, TikToks, whatever media makes sense. If you have a particular viewpoint and you want to make a name for yourself, like just start talking about it and you'll get an audience and make a name for yourself. And that's how you sort of create value in this, attention economy. Everything's an attention economy on the internet these days. And so create your own personal brand and then use that brand to get what you want out of, whether it's an employer or a research institute or whatever.
Amazing. Thank you. Paul, do you want to give an answer as well?
No.
Oh.
Well, just feel free to join our community. We're very open. Come chat us afterwards. We have several team members here. And then, I would subscribe to what Arthur said. Just post, be open, be on the internet. You'll have like-minded people find you. It's how the early Bitcoin community formed as well. And so, there's always someone there that is probably thinking along your lines.
Okay.
Good. Thank you, guys.
Amazing. A round of applause. Thank you so much. Amazing. That was super interesting. Okay. Here's what's next. We're going to have Molecule's Chief Product Officer, Kevin, come up. There's been lots of talk about proof of invention and IP NFTs and IPTs. Do you know what? Actually, we'll break for 5 minutes. The crowd has voted. Governance mechanisms. We'll break for 5 minutes. DAO, which is the DAO that's been handing out the wonderful skincare samples. And then that's it. We're breaking for today. Feel free to chat to any of the team members if you've got any questions or want to connect. In general, both Bioprotocol and Molecule's Twitter pages are the great places to stay updated. We've so enjoyed hosting all of you. So yeah, let's get this final session done.
Thank you so much, Ella. GMGM. What big footsteps to fill after such an amazing fireside chat by Arthur Hayes and Paul Kohlhaas. But I'm going to give it a try. Yeah, definitely going to keep the TikTok signs with me. What are we talking about today? The title is From Petri Dish to Portfolio, Making Science a Liquid Asset. So you've seen actually the protocol in action today, whether it was Aubrey, whether we discussed this for Palm Science, but before I dive in, I'm actually just going to give you a bit, I guess, background that we also discussed, the why we're doing this. Pretty much at the moment, at this stage, the engine is staling, right? So science getting less effective, and you can actually see this. I mean, Paul talked about this a bit. There's actually, do I have a pointer? Nice, I have a pointer. So you see this, right? So the number of researchers is actually going up, but the productivity is actually declining. Same actually goes for the funding, right? So science is actually getting less bang for its buck, and DeSci is trying to solve for this, and also Molecule is trying to solve for this. At the same time, since we've been talking a lot about intellectual property, the world of IP is changing. I think especially within crypto, right? You've heard about Story Protocol and other protocols or chains that are trying to bring soft IP onto the blockchain, which is basically porting things into the Internet of Money and making them liquid. But yeah, in essence, it's changing. I have to find the pointer again. Here it is. So the intangible value of IP is actually growing and growing. So if you see this here, I know it's hard to read, but basically in 1975, around 78% used to be, or 73% used to be tangible assets, and only a fraction was intangible assets. This has grown steadily over the past decades, making this asset class, yeah, super interesting, quite valuable. And if you look at the overall I could say market cap for intangible assets, it's estimated at 61 trillion, so not billion, but trillion, with science also making 1/3 of it, so 21 trillion. Legacy system at the moment are quite monopolistic, right? They're off-chain. It isn't the most efficient way on how intangible assets can actually be handled. And this is where we come into space. So Molecule Protocol, I'm going to explain to you a bit more about the details. I promise I'll make this entertaining so I don't bother you too much with technical details while still giving you some insights. But in essence, what we're trying to build, like what the hell is a protocol in the first place? Super vague. I'll try to give a bit more concrete example on how it actually works. So you've seen this with Aubrey. But basically the protocol V1 that we've designed, you can imagine it as a funnel, right? So you can start at the very, very top of the funnel. We call it this proof of invention. So you can see this actually up here. It's a top-down approach, or in our case, left-to-right approach, which basically is more or less an on-chain registration. So to give you a concrete real-world example, I think the best way to describe a proof of invention is more or less a timestamping service that works on-chain. So the real-world example would be, I have an amazing idea, I write this on a piece of paper, and then I put this into an envelope, and I send this letter to myself. What am I getting in this stage is basically from the post office a stamp on the letter that says, on that day, this content was sent to that person. So basically, I have some sort of proof in the real world that on that day I did this. So it turns into some sort of tender, right? We ported this into crypto, so at least at this stage you can go into molecule.xyz/inventions, so it looks like this. So you can log in with your wallet. We even support email logins, so a wallet gets created for you if you don't like wallets or don't like MetaMask. And then basically what you can do is you can present your idea to the system. We don't take any ownership or storage of your files. So basically just show the files. It creates a hash. So basically it encrypts what you've shown. It can be as simple as a picture of a napkin with your amazing recipe or something that you like. And then ultimately it can also be as deep as like a sophisticated file system, right? Your white paper, your raw data. So basically what we're doing is we're creating a hash of hashes. So, and then the very top hash is just anchored on chain. So there's a timestamp, the wallet that you did, where there's no disclosure about the files. So you're completely secure. It's like you're not opening the letter. You're only seeing this yourself. And then it literally costs a fraction of a cent. So it's cheaper than sending yourself a letter. And it's also globally portable, right? So you can carry this with you wherever you go without actually having to carry an envelope with you. Cool. Why do we do this? Very top of the funnel, all ideas, super early stage, super late stage, for you to actually then, at a later point in time, go down the tokenization path, right? So this is basically the next step where you can paint a bit more color towards your idea. So this is, for example, an IP NFT. This was one of the big things that Molecule brought to the table, was featured in Forbes as well, an article about this. But it's the attempt from Molecule to basically port intellectual property or valuable ideas, data into something tangible, which is a token, right? Usually, you know, NFTs as expensive JPEGs. We try to repurpose this technology to something more meaningful. So in essence, what an IP NFT entails, it's a non-fungible token, it's a unique piece. And basically, it's just a legal wrapper, right? It's like PDFs. Molecule has done a lot of work, especially the legal team, to be able to protect this in the real world as well. Meaning that basically, out of the box, you can add metadata, lead researcher, university you're working for, a nice picture, if you have it as well, and be able to secure this, and all of a sudden have something that is now more tangible, right? Like you can own this in a wallet, you can transfer it, you can get access to cool DeFi products and use it as collateral. But in essence, it allows you to have a unique piece that represents ownership about the underlying intellectual property. In the next phase, what you can also do, let's say, we treat this more as an open collaboration layer. This is, for example, the Aubrey tokens, the IP tokens that Paul was talking about, is the further fractionalization. So think about IP tokens as means for others to get involved in your idea, right? So I'm going to give you an example in the end, but basically it allows for you to invite other people in, and it's not sharing ownership about the underlying ideas, so you still own the IP NFT, you're still the owner, but it allows people to have a say in this, so it's more or less governance at this stage, right? Molecule has also done an extensive amount of work of trying to maneuver, let me put it this way, the fine line between securities laws and, of course, I guess security token and utility token. So you start out with a utility token. You can actually start token gating access to certain information about your idea. We'll go to this in a second. And also you can basically start having or utilizing decentralized communities to steer your project. And then ultimately also, especially for high critical transactions, so for example, minting more tokens, transferring the IP NFT to a different wallet, you can leverage this as well and just really have, let's say, voting power in place. And then ultimately this kind of hints at our new, let's say, legal protocol V2, which is real world assets. So actually turning this into something that allows you to then give token holders profit from, for example, buyback and burn, money flowing back through license fees, royalties, etc., which I'm going to talk about a bit later. All right. We wouldn't be a million VC-backed crypto startup if we then didn't deliver actually on the curation of these projects as well, right? So we've built something that we call a DeSci screener. It's basically piggybacking on Dex screener. So if you go to molecule.xyz, what you're seeing right now is basically a curated list of all of the top projects within the space, including, for example, Aubrey, so molecule.xyz. I should have put a QR code. And it also allows you to navigate this a bit more, right? So we have different categories, whether that's, for example, women's health, longevity, you name it, you'll be able to basically get a curated list of projects that use this framework that have already successfully fundraised and are liquid tokens. So basically means you can buy in and also sell out, buy out, you know what I mean. You'll be able to have a user profile, you see your holdings, curated list, and then also it's very much focused on the trading side of things, right? So it's very, I would say, degen, or as some say in our space, PhDgens. And of course, we have AI in there as well, so there's a co-pilot that helps you basically answer questions around this and maneuver the space. Nice. So I've talked a lot about the tokenization of these assets. And to be frankly speaking, tokenization is super easy, right? You've seen this with the Aubrey demo. You can prompt an agent now, you click through buttons, and then you actually have an IP NFT ready. So the tokenization is actually not the problem. And one of the biggest critiques that we faced, I would say, this year, beginning of this year, was that a lot of these projects, basically, they are open source, right? And especially when they want to start fundraising, they're open source, they're highlighting milestones, they say what they want to do with the funding, but once they receive the funding, they actually turn closed source again, right? And it was really hard for people and for the funders to understand what is actually backing these projects. So what's the science, I guess, between this? So this was very much about trying to bridge the market, or the gap between the market and the demand side of things. But we're on crypto, and we don't want to be the Ripple of crypto, but we actually want to be Bitcoin of crypto, of DeSci, sorry. So our goal was more or less to be able to don't just trust that the science is done and that it's being performed, but to actually verify this, and verify this on-chain, right? So we want to be able to call out good actors, call out bad actors as well, and keep people accountable that funds are being spent as they were supposed to be spent. So don't just trust, but actually verify the science. The ideal for us is that Web3 is disrupting by creating these trustless systems, right? So anyone can basically go into Etherscan right now and you actually see the circulating supply of Ethereum right there. Try this in the Web2 world, good luck. But yeah, so how does it look for science? And this is something that we launched in June, which was basically our attempt at trying to pack the token and the science that's being conducted behind this in a more transparent way. So what we did, we basically launched Molecule Labs. So think about this, at least at the initial version, as your decentralized data room. So all of the data that you add there, you actually own, and you're in full control, right? So literally think about, I would say, GitHub for DeSci. So you can actually underline what is happening with a respective project. You can verify regular update on the progress that is happening. All of this is anchored on-chain, so it creates, I would say, a cryptographic fingerprint that can be tampered with, right? So I cannot just upload something and then manipulate it later stage because I want to forge my results to make it look good, but there will be traces of this. So we want to keep people accountable. We want to make sure like the science is in the foreground and it's not just a token factory. But yeah, in addition to that, it also allows you to token get access to files, right? So think about, I don't know, owning a certain supply of Aubrey, the token, to then get access to certain information that the agent, for example, produced, or that the research that the agent initially started produces. And then at the same time, the idea is really to try to highlight the progress, thereby show the value, and thereby show the impact. We actually had really good success with this initially. So what you see here is actually also on Molecule.xyz, the screener. So we keep this on the degen side of things. Labs is not a front or consumer-facing product just yet. We'll go to this in a second as well. But the idea is more or less to be able to show exactly this, right? So this is one of our first IP projects that we launched, Prima Donna. Ella actually knows best because she was stewarding this. But what is happening is that projects are starting to produce results and they can communicate this directly tied to the token. And then what you see is update leading to trading volume. Can, of course, go both sides, right? So can go up and down, but the idea is to show this impact more and then also give people basically some sort of retrospective analysis of when certain data was released and what was the impact on the respective token, especially when you start fundraising or financing the research through the transaction fees of the token. So it's a really neat model as well. Great. So I've talked a lot about this, but in essence, what we're currently running through is this the current molecule protocol, right? So you start with a proof of invention, you can tokenize it into an IP NFT, you can then further fractionalize it into IP tokens and distribute them, and then ultimately this gives you access, white labeled at this stage, to a molecule lab, right? So you get your data room at the moment. What we're now going to work on, which is quite exciting and makes all of this, okay, let me put it this way first. All of this is quite static, right? So the asset doesn't really move, the tokens are trading, there's some data being updated, but ultimately not much is happening, especially to this part. And this part is actually the underlying core asset that in theory could be worth millions or billions in the future, and that actually represents the ownership. What we now want to introduce is more or less a way for you to make this much more composable as a protocol, because what we've learned, especially in the last quarter, is we integrated with all of these launchpads, right? We integrated with bio, we integrated with pump science. In theory, you can plug and play any launchpad into this. But what happened was that you always need to run through the cycle. Like, you couldn't basically just start here or start here, but you always need to do step 1, 2, 3, and then to get to 4. So what we're going to do now as like a protocol V2, I'm super excited to introduce this, is actually a V2, which is an on-chain lab. So the TLDR is that we're going to flatten the hierarchy. So you can think about it as like literally a naked lab or a naked space for you to start your research. It can be your private data room. You can start dropping files in. They actually belong to you. So it's not Google or anyone being able to censor you, but you're fully in control. You can decide what gets uploaded, what gets timestamped on chain, and ultimately also who gets access to this, right? So am I sharing this with my fellow researchers as well? Am I doing, I don't know, inviting any external researchers to this to contribute? And then ultimately also have the ability to basically branch out. So think about it as a cockpit. If you go into a plane, where you can start the engine, right? You start the engine's running, and now you can decide, am I going forward? Am I going backward? Left, right? Am I starting to fly? Of course, you need to also land that at a later stage. But the idea is really for you to have one single entry point. You can start anywhere, right? You can start naked. You can start with a token. You can basically plug and play it in. So basically, our protocol becomes much, much more composable when it goes to existing projects, because the reality is we cannot force people to just do everything on our side, right? Maybe people want to fundraise somewhere else. Maybe they want to fundraise with us, but ultimately we want to allow people to use this. So the idea is one single entry. You basically own everything. You can own the assets, you own the data, you can decide who gets to license the data. I don't want to go into technicalities, but ultimately what this allows you to do is that basically this token itself becomes an account. So think about an NFT that can hold other assets, right? It can hold currencies, it can hold other IP NFTs, it can hold data, and now all of a sudden you have on-chain transparency and it kind of sticks to this container, right? This standard was actually, it's called TBA, Token About Accounts, ERC 6551. It was developed in the gaming industry, which is kind of funny, right? Because back then the creators saw this issue that you have all of these tokens, non-fungible tokens, that don't stick to each other. So think about an avatar, right? I buy my avatar a jacket, a shoe, I don't know, a hat, and then all of a sudden I can sell the avatar, but the other assets still stay in my wallet, so they're disconnected. Now all of a sudden what I can do is I can give these assets to my avatar, and the avatar itself is a token. So when I start selling the avatar or I transfer it, all of the assets move across with this. So that makes it much, much more transparent also on-chain, what belongs together. And the neat part is about this is that, first of all, it can hold the data, right? So these are encumbrance onto the blockchain where you can basically say, okay, it could be a token, it could be just a POI, like a reference on-chain that comes from this particular one. And then at the same time, it also allows you to do more collaborative science, open science if you want as well. You decide the degree, fully open, protected, fully closed source. I know exclusivity is always a big topic, but it allows you to basically decide who gets connected. Researchers, investors, institutions, and this on a global layer, right? On a global database, which is the blockchain. And then also basically you can decide when you want to tokenize. Do I want to raise funds now? Do I need tokens on the back? So it really goes back to this cockpit view. And then last but not least, and I think this is going to be quite significant for science on chain, is that this particular account can hold also treasuries, right? So think about this. A project comes in, proposes milestones, and says, okay, we want to raise 500,000, and we're promising to deliver milestone 1, 2, and 3. And basically what you can do is you can, because it's nice in blockchain, code is law, you can program the rules. So I can give this account the money. It sticks with this account, and then I can determine and say, okay, if you reach milestone 1 and 2, you get 50% of the payout. And then in order for you to get the remaining 50%, you actually have to deliver on milestone 3 and 4. And all of this happens in the same space. So there's full transparency about milestone payouts, continuous flow of data into the lab as well, because think about it like a honeypot, right? The researcher sees this, the money is already there on chain, it's not just a self-promise, and all they need to do is just literally do their job and do the best work that they can in the lab to actually achieve this and have this outcome realized, more or less. So literally, Protocol V2 is making labs as a sovereign anchor for DeSci. So it's the same thing. It's still progress. It's still value. It is impact, but it's re-architectured. So super stoked to make this a reality, have this available for DeSci and the projects within, and basically bring Molecules Protocol to the next level. So I think the time, oh, I'm good on time, 50 seconds. Thank you very much for listening. I hope this was good after the fireside chat. So thank you very much and wish you a great conference.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Yeah, for anyone who wants... Oh, we got a question. Kevin, you take that one.
I'm back.
Hello? Yes.
Thanks for a great talk. Just curious, who is vetting the projects you put on the chain? And who is actually going to be enforced? Any rules you could, or just, you know, it's like anything, if it's project's garbage, is garbage in, garbage out, right? The investor get burned and everybody leave. Right? Yeah. How you can really maintain a positive investment environment. My background is investment, so that's why.
Yeah, really good question. To be frank, I think it really depends on the respective project, where its origin comes from. So is it just an individual that starts to raise money for their idea, right? So it can be on an individual level. What you can also do is you can use the curation mechanism from, for example, VitaDAO, right? So they have scientific advisors that are actually thoroughly reviewing the science behind the project before allowing this project basically within their ecosystem to then, for example, fundraise this. So I think different curation mechanisms depending on the project's origin. We also, for example, at Molecule had previously fundraising protocol where we had an internal expert team review the science prior together with the universities to then decide does it get listed or doesn't get listed. Of course, you cannot just say right now whether the project is going to deliver on this or not, right? That's the whole intent of, oh, my slide is gone. But having the treasury on chain. And the nice part is the rules or the governing entity that can say, okay, delivered or not, can also be decided based on the project. So it could be, for example, the token holders, right? So they can basically review and says, okay, this meets our demand criteria, so going back to governance, saying the researcher goes in and says, I want to grab these funds. Do you have any proposal against this? Here's the science, validate this. You have, I don't know, 2 weeks. And then basically token holders decide this. You can have a curation mechanism in place where, for example, you as a VC step in and review this with your own experts that says yes or no. So it really is up to you or for the project to define the rules to play with. But we want to give you the tools to basically decide, okay, what are the rules that we're playing with? Ideally, of course, they're kind of comparable across the projects, right? That's ideal, because then there's a certain standard in there. But the protocol basically allows you to have so much flexibility that you can decide the playing rules. Can be token holders, can be expert group, could be in theory also a trusted entity that you kind of delegate this to make that decision, but it's really up to you. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thanks. The following up, actually, I mean, my first time to like attend a Web3 event, never before. Actually, the question is, the token traders or the investors are more individuals. I mean, more actually in traditional finance is actually speculators, right? So that's not mainstream. Actually, the mainstream is institutional investors.
100%, yeah.
You think your system is ready for institutional investors?
Really good question. I think definitely there are different, we call them funders, funder types. So one, of course, is just the individual that likes to speculate and basically just wants to get a 5x tomorrow, right? So it's really hard to bring these users to, I guess, a more mid to long-term science project and kind of make them aligned. But ultimately, what we're aiming towards, and Aaron talked about this earlier, is to be able to provide a system for institution that is actually attractive for them. And most of it is basically leveraging their existing IP portfolio that they have that is currently maybe underutilized, right, as Aaron also mentioned, to port this into this system and then allow people to, for example, get exposure to other areas within crypto. So think about like basically being able to grant token holders certain rights as to get equity or get some royalty payouts instead of this, or even just having the ability to port your intellectual property into onto the blockchain and then leveraging DeFi, right? Like have some valuation on the IP and then use this as collateral to then get additional liquidity to then do further investments, right? So I think there's a lot of work at the moment. I can't tease too much because it's work in progress, but the idea is to really leverage this real world assets narrative as well for DeSci and make this attractive to institutions and just, yeah, more traditional TradFi investors.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, question at the front. There's the microphone.
Hi, I'm Oscar. I'm the CFO of Engine, a Singapore-based project. So just to follow up on that, I was curious, if delivery requirements can be decided by a governance proposal. I think we've all seen the good and bad of DAOs over the past few years, right? Especially when it comes to releasing funds from a treasury. Like, do you have any safeguards in mind to make sure that it's science and not politics that decides those technical issues?
Good question. Yeah, it's a really good question. I think we are exploring these safeguards at the moment to try to understand what actually, like I think one of the biggest problems is always the replication of data, right? Like people like to get the funds in and they do things to get there that are sometimes not in the best interest of the project as well, to put it lightly. But the idea is really, and this is going to advance over time, to make this as transparent as possible. As same goes for the data that goes in, right? To be able to replicate the science, to understand is this a legitimate update or not, and then move forward. We don't necessarily have safeguards in place to say, no, okay, this is a legitimate update or not. Like there needs to be some hybrid model, or you can even think about AI being able to evaluate this at some point to then give a score, right? Like is this a legitimate one or not? But then there will always be like a hybrid model where, for example, AI supports, and then you still have expert reviewers that ideally also have some sort of reputation within. Right? That's also something quite interesting to build out. It's like a user profile / reputational system that is that helps govern or steer the payout of these milestones. But TLDRs, we don't have, let's say, we're thinking about proper mechanisms to enable these payouts. But yeah, ultimately, there's going to be like some hybrid solution probably with AI and humans involved.
Thank you.
Of course. If you have any proposal, by the way, I'm more than happy to hear that.
I think we've all had 30 years of experience with internet forums and the experts there. So.
Yeah, fair. I think one thing to also think about, especially when you want to make this part of token holder communities, so basically the individuals that funded this to evaluate this, that you can think about, especially governance is a hard sell, right? It's not easy for people to like go govern things as yes or no, is to properly incentivize people to delegate these funds to individuals that are trusted within the space that can then make a decision on behalf of those users to then expedite this process. Cool. You can also reach me after this talk, so thank you very much.
Cool, yeah. Thank you so much. Just a reminder, molecule.xyz, and you can learn more, and we're always happy to chat. I myself work for Molecule, and so, yeah, if you ask any questions, I might be the person who answers you. Cool. We are now in the DAO portion of today. Next up, we have DeSci presenting. As I'm sure you guys have all heard about DeSci already. Now you'll actually see the sort of science and thinking behind it.
Thank you, and GM. Oh, the clicker, okay, thank you. All right, who is ready to talk about DeSci? Yeah. All right, so my name is San. GM, everyone, thank you, Paul and BioProtocol, to hosting such an amazing event. My name is San. I'm from Thailand. I'm a medical doctor, and I'm also a co-founder of DeSci by DeSci. So let's talk about DeSci, right? DeSci is the bioagent that make your DeSci stronger. So let's talk about DeSci problem. So as I believe all of you heard the panel between Paul and Arthur Hess, he mentioned that DeSci issue is really important and is global issues, right? So let's look at the numbers. There are 4 billion men globally, and 4 out of 10 men have one of the men's sexual health problems, such as erectile dysfunction, premature ejaculation, maybe you have low sperm count, so you have male infertility, and someone have low testosterone level. And all of these problems are categorized in the medical world as benign urologic condition. Benign means good, right? So these problems mean good urologic condition means that even if you have these problems, you are not actually sick. If you have a low sperm count and you cannot have a child, you are not actually sick. You can work, you can get on with your life, you can function well and even normally. Also, if you have erectile dysfunction, right, you are not actually sick. You are not just perform very well in bed, but you're actually fine. This is the perspective of current medical world, how they view men's sexual health issues. So for all these reasons, men's sexual health receive less than 1% of the total NIH funding. And last I checked, in the 2025, men's sexual health receive zero funding from the NIH to fund men's sexual health research, which is I think is absurd. And lastly, all of us, I believe in the numbers, right? So we have a lot of men in this room. And I believe almost 50% of you guys have some type of men's sexual health issues. And all of you, I think, believe once you have go through and search in the internet to find solutions. Because, and all of you, I believe a small proportion of you guys don't actually go to doctors or urologists to actually try to seek professional or medical help for all these issues. Why? Because these issues, right, are very stigmatized and very taboo. You don't want to talk about this problem with your friends. You don't want to talk about this problem with your doctors or your families because it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to tell that I cannot last long in bed. It's embarrassing to tell your girlfriend or your friends that your dick is soft, your dick is not hard at all. You cannot maintain erection during sexual intercourse. But these problems are important, and I believe sexual health is one of the important aspects of everyone's lives. So this problem is really important. So the solution that we came up with is to provide, so we are not trying to force all of you guys to go to doctors and seek professional help, because that's not how this works, right? But instead of trying to force everyone to seek doctors, we are trying to create the tools that encourage everyone to use it and to try to find a science-backed solution that is personalized and that can guide you towards your peak performance in men's sexual health. So first thing first, we're trying to build a personalized care that can personalize mean that you can have someone who can actually understand what's your problems, what's your status, what's your budget to maintain your health, what's your availability and time resource that you can allocate to adopt new lifestyle to optimize your health, and also how much can you invest in supplement and medications. So you need someone who understands this. The second one is to accelerate cure discovery and reduce research costs, because as I showed you in the previous slide, we don't receive a lot of funding at all. We receive no funding from the NIH to fund men's sexual health research. So we need to make it super effective, super efficient, and very, very, very cheap. And lastly, I think the most important part of what we are building here is to break the stigma, right? I think it's really important to build a tool that I personally want to use, and you guys here want to use it to find answers, to find solutions of all your problems. Not just a tool that you can use once and then that's it. I think we want to build a tool that actually suitable for everyone and accessible for everyone. So DeSci, I think, is the answer for all these problems. I want to talk about 3 core features that we offer to the men's health industry. The first one is really interesting. The first one is called DH. DH is short for dick age. In the other word is how old your dick is, right? So right now people are really obsessed with aging, right? And we have age for everything. We have brain age, we have cardiovascular age, we have your pulmonary age, we have your liver age, and you combine all of this to try to determine what is your biological age. versus your chronological age. So we adopt the similar metrics and invent this DH to be able to tell how old your dick is compared to your chronological age. So from this perspective, you can see that peak performance of men's sexual health are actually under 25. So if your DH is between 18 to 25, that's your peak performance is. And if your DH is older than your chronological age, for example, I am in my late 20s, my DH is actually a couple years older than my chronological age. So my goal is to reverse it with using DeepGPT as my companion. So, and also there's a QR code beside the title. You can actually scan it and try to find how old your dick is right now. But right now we are optimizing it to our DeepGPT engine. So you can you have to go through a login wall. But if you are fine with that, you can try to determine your DH right now. And I think it's really important metrics because these features allow every man here to assess how old your dick is, assess your mental health status as of right now, and also track your progress over time as well. And also with this, not only is a consumer-facing features, it's also a researcher and scientist-facing feature as well, because we have tools to collect and analyze data, and the data is verifiable and trackable. So this tool is one of the most promising tool and research infrastructure to accelerate men's sexual health research, and I think it's really important. And actually, our feature is live in our website, digdao.xyz. And right now, we have incentivized more than 12,000 Web3 community to assess their DH. And in one DH, there is 5 medical questionnaires there's 5 medical questionnaires in one DH assessment, and we cross-reference the scoring and result with the age group preference, and calculated all the framework and train it into DeepGPT engine, so it able to calculate your exact DH. So in less than a week, DeepGPT engine analyzed more than 50,000 medical assessments in the Web3 community. I think this number is really impressive, and this is already more than what hospital can assess in a year for men's health industry. Another 2 features that I want to talk about is personalized recommendation and 24/7 Dick Knowledge. These are the live sessions that I had with DeepGPT during the week. There is a QR code on the bottom right corner. I'll stand here so you can scan the QR code. So you can access to my full conversation and go along and cross-check all the reference that we provided. So the first prompt that I asked DeepGPT is to build my personal recommendation to increase my testosterone level from lifestyle modification to supplement and when to seek professional help. What I want you to see is that DeepGPT is not only answer all these questions accurately, it can provide, it can actually say that most T boosters are not really effective, which is really true. Especially in those who have normal or sufficient testosterone level already. These supplements are not as effective, and this the DeepGPT knows about this. And they also provide evidence and citation to the source, to the meta-analysis, and to every available evidence out there, so you can cross-reference and you can trust that the data is super reliable and have a lot of evidence backing all these answers. The second question, I turned myself from being a patient into being a doctor. I input some of my patients' history, risk factors, standardized medical tests, lab results, semen analysis even, and also blood works. And I prompt DeepGPT to analyze all these results and diagnose, analyze, and give the patient what's the next step that he should do. And this is the full answer. So as you can see, there's a QR code if you want to see it in details. As you can see, right, DeepGPT is able to analyze every result accurately. And I think the most important part is DeepGPT understand that in order to analyze medical standardized tests like this, you cannot only use numbers. You have to cross-reference with medical history and risk factor. I want to point out that in the past, the result that I provided, one of the tests called Adam test was positive, meaning the patient is positive for have a risk factor for low testosterone level, but DeepGPT was able to cross-reference the positive Adam test result to his history, the history taking that I provided, and came to a conclusion that these patients are not at risk, or his hypogonadism risk factor is not that high, because even the test result is positive, he doesn't actually have symptoms of hypogonadism. So the main diagnosis and main problems of the patient is low sperm count, vitamin D deficiency, and erectile dysfunction. And then DeepGPT process to provide a very, very accurate recommendations for this patient with urologist referral, correct the deficiency for the vitamin level, and also lifestyle overhaul, which is really accurate. And this is what exactly myself and my urologist friend would recommend to the patients. So this proves that not only DeepGPT is a companion for every man, it also can help doctor like myself or other doctor to analyze results faster and more efficient. And in order to achieve these impressive results, I think one of our moat and one of our strong points lie into our database. We developed our own knowledge graph with urologists curated from medical textbooks, guidelines, meta-analysis, RCTs, and available studies out there regarding men's health and men's sexual health. Right now, we have over 600 data points that we aggregated into the database to train DeepGPT. And I think this is one of the reasons that I believe we are at the pivotal point where bioagents can overtaking traditional science. Because this is the first mover of the industry. There is no AI product out there that have this kind of database right now. This is the first urologist curated database that is used to train the AI agent. And I think being the first mover is really important and is a strong moat that we have, because as you may know from the previous panel, the knowledge graph is constantly learning and evolving. From every interaction that DeepGPT have with all the men out there or the users out there, it learns from every interaction and grows. And next step, we are going to host a new feature called community training the AI agent. So the community can come up or propose the papers, the proposal, the research that is interested in, and our team will review. So that will make the training system and the knowledge graph grow much faster. Right now, we are at just over 600. We aim to be in the ballpark of 1,000 database within this year. So I think it's really important, and being a first mover is strong mode that we have for DeepGPT. This is another example that I tested out. So this showcases its ability to generate hypotheses. So DeepGPT dived into the 600 plus papers and research and came up with the supplement that can be effective on improving erectile dysfunction, but still don't have enough studies or evidence. And it came up with Korean ginseng, which has been around forever, right? Since the old times. Like I grew up watching K-drama, and Korean ginseng is one of the most valuable supplements that is used in Korea. So it's really important, and I think it's really interesting that DeepGPT is able to pick up this herbal supplement that has high potential for improving erectile dysfunction. So I asked the following question to generate a hypothesis and design an experiment. So it's proposed a hypothesis that the peanut ginseng can improve erectile dysfunction, and it designed the experiment to be a 3-arm randomized double-blinded controlled trial. So comparing, we DigGPT want to divide the test subject into 3 groups. First one is the one with tadalafil, which is the first-line treatment for erectile dysfunction. And the second group is the placebo, and the last group is the group with Korean ginseng, and then compare the result afterward. And I think it's really strong. So this is the flywheel that we really want to make it happen. As you can see, DigGPT engine is able to generate hypotheses for novel treatment or supplements or cures for any men's sexual health issues. We want to be able to generate hypotheses, and our community will curate the hypothesis that has promising result or just a hypothesis that we are interested in. And our community will facilitate the IP minting via our partner, Molecule Bio and Pump Science and more. And then proceed to do a clinical trial, and then the successful trial will be commercialized into real products. And as you can see from our previous showcase, I think DigGPT has a very strong value proposition, right? From our database, from the ability to be able to answer hard questions, the ability to provide answer to men's sexual issue with science-backed answer and citable references. I think that is already very strong value prop of DigGPT. The next one is accelerating drug discovery. From generating hypotheses to data collection and analysis. Can you imagine if we are able to generate the hypothesis from DigGPT engine and process to mint an IP token, then go on with the clinical trial, and we use the DH feature to encourage and incentivize Web3 community to contribute their data to the research. And most of the research, if you saw in the prompt, the endpoint that DigGPT proposed is to use the IIEF scores, which is also included in the DH calculation. So DH will be a very strong infrastructure for data collection and analysis for men's health. So you can see that DigGPT is not only a consumer-facing bioagent, which is already like a big value and a huge market in this already, because consider there's 4 billion men out there, and just like assessing just 1% of the men's population is already $100 billion value added to the industry already. It also helps with drug discovery and data analysis and collection. And imagine that right now we have just over 12,000 Web3 community users that is existing for the DS assessment. Imagine what's going to happen if we have millions of user base for DigGPT. Imagine what we could do with that data. Imagine what we could do with the size of the community. I think this is very significant, and I think there's a lot of value added to the men's sexual industry for these features. So this is our roadmap. Our North Star goal is to be able to disrupt men's health, both the consumer-facing side, as I mentioned, and also the drug discovery in men's health. So we are starting this quarter, Q3. We are launching DigGPT agent via bioprotocol, and soon after the launch, similar to Aubrey AI, DigGPT agent will be openly promptable on X. So you can just tag DigGPT on X in a similar fashion like AIXBT, and it will be able to provide Dig knowledge 24/7. And then we are launching a lot of stuff. We are launching hypothesis on-chain. We want to do experiment on-chain. And then next year, we are planning to build a patient data hub. We mentioned that DH is a very strong tool to collect data and analyze data. And we want to make it verifiable and trackable so that we can integrate this data with research institutions and finally make it a proper data collection and analysis tool for men's health research. So the token launch is coming soon. We are live on the bioprotocol launchpad. There's a QR code you can scan and read everything about our projects in details. We have hypothesis, problem, solutions. We have our website, Twitter, and Discord here. Yeah, please check it out. And I think we are launching very, very soon. So super excited, super happy, and looking forward to the future of men's health. And yeah, this is our, so DeSci was launched privately in our Discord with our existing community members, and we received a very, very impressive feedback. There is a lot of recommendations generated in our Discord server, and we receive a lot of feedback from our community members so that we are able to use this feedback to optimize DeSci even more. And right now, we are super, super close to the launch, and I'm really excited for everyone to be able to try out the DeSci on Agent on X, on Discord, and on our chat terminal very, very soon. This is our team. We have 4 doctors in our team. So led by Dr. Jiori, he is a urologist from Thailand. We have a cardiothoracic surgeon, Dr. Ek, and myself, and also another doctor in our team. We also have AI dev, and also I believe that I myself, standing here in DeSci team, as a medical doctor who is also Web3 native, I bridge both the benefit of science world to the Web3 world perfectly, and I think we can do a lot with this combo that we have here. And we also have our team members here in the event as well, wearing DeSci t-shirts, so you can reach out and talk to them and ask questions, and I'll be around, so happy to answer anything. Yeah, so I believe DeSci is the engine to accelerate men's health and disrupting longevity, but for your dicks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we have our last talk, Dong-Sin from DermaDAO, coming now. Before she starts, I just want to say a massive, massive thank you to the organizing team, Eda, Jay, Joanna, Eric. There's been a bunch of people that have all contributed. It's a team effort. Additionally to all our speakers, and then of course you guys. I know it's been a bit of a long day. Thank you so much for sticking around. We'll be here to chat afterwards. And yeah, without further ado, Dong-Sin.
Is there a clicker?
Got a clicker, yeah.
What is the...
Just that.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for sticking and staying till the end. Very, very grateful to have your full time and attention until the end. And I promise it's going to be worth it. So, yeah, today I would like to share a little story that I have actually kept secret for a long time. But I would actually like to talk about it because it is also the reality of more than 600 million people in this world. Yes, you heard right. 600 million people who, like me, are in prison. This prison is called my skin. A very dry and reactive skin that bleeds and itches day and night and day. It is the story of eczema, a disease that tripled these last 50 years and that touches more than a third of the kids worldwide. It is a disease that does not have a cure yet and that is still very mysterious to this day, as its research is incredibly underfunded and its community underserved. To observe the current global funding trends in eczema treatment research, we can see here, nonprofit 8 million, pharma 2.5 billion. However, these research and budgets are not mostly for any long-term cures or treatments. It's mostly band-aid solutions. And this we're talking on a global scale. So despite these alarmingly poor numbers, and despite this skin condition being amongst the top 10 most burdensome non-fatal diseases worldwide, especially in children, eczema is still an illness that has yet to find a cure. Because the incentives of the stakeholders who do have the money to fund this research are not aligned with the incentives of the ever-growing pool of patients. Eczema, like most dermatology research today, is underfunded not because it is unimportant, but because it doesn't align with the current funding priorities. There are also many systemic issues in the industry, like data, trust, integrity, that all slow down innovation. skincare and cosmetic dermatology industry today is a market of more than 200 billion. And 1 out of 5 people are still very unhappy with their skin. However, there is very little data and transparency or necessity to prove any efficacy before bringing a product to consumers. And as a result, many new products utilize ineffective ingredients and are driven by branding, marketing, hype, and not actual science. Without the necessary funding for translational research and the low clinical barrier to entry to the market, the skincare market, most pharmaceutical companies are not incentivized to spend on proving any efficacy of innovative products through clinical trials. So, despite skin being our largest and most visible organ, yes, it is, skin health remains one of the most under-researched, underfunded, socially misunderstood, and politically underrepresented areas in biomedical research today. Millions suffers from these conditions, but the lived experience does not drive innovation most of the time. In this context, I would have loved to have a voice and a choice during my 30 years of skin journey. A voice in a patient-driven community sharing my pains, but also my hopes, and a choice in a never-ending spiral of blind steroid creams prescription. Maybe you feel that too. Unfortunately, I did not have that chance, and today I still suffer from eczema, but I don't suffer in silence anymore. This is why we're launching ta-da, DermaDAO. We're a group of skin health enthusiasts, and we're building a better way. Our team is extremely, extremely passionate about our skin, and will stop at nothing to build a world with healthier skin. DermaDAO is a community-oriented research and product engine for skincare innovation, devoted to building the world's largest, most organized, and most diverse data set of skincare interventions. And why now? We have tried all of this above, and while results are promising, we could do so much more. And we've seen many DAOs succeed recently, and our existing patient community would love to find their voice. So, here I would like to show you a little wall of comments. These are the comments of my YouTube channel comment section, and I make videos about skin health, about new treatments, about anything around skin. And my community, I call them the skin angels. And they share their stories of pain, of hope, of self-compassion, of anything they want to talk about. And they like each other's comments, they comment on each other's comments again and again. And they share tips and advices of different length. And this is just giving me shivers, because there is really something happening here. And there is definitely a demand to be heard and needs to be met. So many unmet medical needs, according to these innumerable comments and reactions. And they are the ones, my skin angels, who will be also a very big voice in our DermaDAO community. And now, I would like to present to you our team and partners, our core team for now. First, there is Dr. Kim Hong-seok. He's a YouTube star, super rock star in Korea, also called 피부를 알려주는 남자. And he's an expert on skin health, and he has helped me through my worst skin crisis since my childhood, basically. And he really took good care of me in a really holistical way, long-term driven way, not just take some steroids and go away kind of way. And he also is involved in different functional medicine studies and a lot of dermatology research initiatives. And he also advised me a lot these past years, as this is not my first venture in skin. I've already built a skin company for babies and children that suffer from eczema. Then we have Jez, another kind of doctor, same but different, a physician, scientist, and entrepreneur with a PhD in immunology, a computational biology for Cornell. He also has been trained in Yale, Cambridge, in immunology, and he's an experienced MD across cell biology, genetics, biosensors, translational research, with additional expertise in drug development, biopharma strategy, and life sciences, and he invests in the US, UK, and the EU. And we're partners also with Bio, if you were here before, you know already, and Wellshare Health, a health tech company pioneering shared health ecosystems that bridges patients, providers, and innovators with digital tools that make healthcare more collaborative, accessible, and data-driven. And last but not least, I'll quickly introduce myself. I'm Dulcine, I'm a French-Korean entrepreneur. I am building at the intersection of health, skin health, and Web3. I come from a public sector background, actually, so after being in politics, international relations, I've actually built a skincare company for kids and babies, as I said before, and I've been also managing leading crypto events all over the world for more than a decade. So it is by combining these two worlds that I want to bring you DermaDAO today. So we have another triangle. We love triangles here at DermaDAO. This is our flywheel with our 3 tracks. So our virtuous cycle of growth, data, and innovation with these 3 tracks. The first one, the Skin Scan app that onboards users with AI skin scans. Second one, track B, the moon drops and the sun drops. Maybe you got a sample if you were the first one to arrive. That validates results, generates data and actual revenue, and real life products. And last but not least, track C, DAO-governed research that funds new science via IPTs. And every breakthrough feeds back into the app and products, driving adoption, validation, and innovation in a virtuous circle and basically a beautiful loop. So yes, we do love synergies, and here is basically the 3 tracks, and I'll go a bit deeper with our Skin Scan app to start with. It's an AI-powered app that turns your phone into basically a relevant skin lab, and it's built by published AI facial imaging researchers and benchmarked against leading systems. So it quantifies irritations, rashes, pimples, wrinkles, anything you can think about, and of course, product impact to see if it actually works. So this allows users to track routines, to join community trials, to earn tokens, or just keep your results private if you wish so. And utilizing Skin Scan, we will launch pre-registered decentralized community product trials and standardize and double-blind your real-world result that will translate into our adaptive product line. And we will refine it to only provide product that actually will have an effect on your skin and will work. So your images will be user-owned, giving you agency over how they're shared and analyzed, and every selfie you take using the application will allow you to gain insight into your skincare while powering better models, better algorithm for revolution in skin health research. So your data, your choice, proof over performance or promises. And a little side quest, if you would like to test our Skin Scan app firsthand, and little airdrop to celebrate our launch, I invite you to find right now a little packaging of the samples that were distributed before. It's going to be a treasure hunt now because they're all gone and sold out. But I invite you to scan the little QR code there, and you'll be able to answer a short form there to register. And we made that with Wellshare Health that built a health wallet to protect your sensitive health data. Now, track B, our dear, dear firstborn babies, moon drops and sun drops. Who got a sample? Who was here early? Who are the early birds here? Nice, congratulations. I'm really happy you get to experience that. Also, shake them well before using, that's important. Anyway, I got sidetracked. So, yeah, they're made by the best labs, by the best doctor, like Dr. Kim, very, very proud. And basically, poetically, you can say you repair your skin under the moonlight and you protect your skin under the sunlight. And our Moondrop Serum, it pairs the infamous legendary complex, again, 3 ingredients. First, ferulic acid, vitamin C, vitamin E. Vitamin C is for collagen, the E for the lipids, and the ferulic acid really stabilizes and adds photoprotection. So this is also this one, kind of my stage secret. I just applied it today. I hope you can see it. So it's for an instant oomph on your face, or you can just bathe in it during the night. And it's twin here. The sun drops. It's a sunscreen that complements the moon drops very well with advanced organic Korean UV filters. They're the best ones. And they preserve overnight repair and deliver safety and effective daytime protection. And now our track C, DAO Govern Research. Very, very interesting, this one. And yeah, at DermaDAO, we are community powered, and we combine AI-driven insights, real-world product validation with our drops, and decentralized funding, this one, to accelerate research in skin health. And by bridging data from everyday users with cutting-edge labs, we create a transparent and scalable pathway from discovery all the way to application, funding new science and breakthrough with IPTs. So for this first round of research, we have closely looked and studied a company called Evergreen Bioworks, and they do actually collagen peptide for skin cell longevity that could easily be translated into effective real-life product like skincare. And our first partnership project with Translational Academic Research will fund breakthrough technology to discover and commercialize novel collagen peptides scientifically proven to expand the lifespan of nematode models. So we optimize this collagen peptide for topical application that actually get through the skin barrier, so it absorbs to replenish and strengthen the collagen network in the dermis. We'll rapidly progress this innovation from the laboratory bench to our marketplace and ready for community testing and usage. And throughout this research journey, our community will have the opportunity to closely follow the progress, seeing real-time results, and remaining engaged with the teams that actually develop and orient all our directions of research. So now I'm super excited to present you our roadmap to make this dream a reality. And in phase one, we're opening a D2C online marketplace where you can access our first products and the moon drops, our sun drops. And at the same time, we will release the Skin Scan app to allow users to better understand their skin health and track improvement through quantifiable measurements. And soon we will launch 2 IPTs in order to, 1, build our expanded product line enhancing the Moon Drop Serum with added longevity promoting ingredients based on extensive research and proven through the use of a Skin Scan app. And 2nd, fund and accelerate their R&D to discover, study, and translate novel collagen peptides to users through a partnership with Evergreen Bioworks, the company I mentioned before. So we'll build our community of skincare enthusiasts, sharing stories, discussing new directions of research, and providing necessary feedback to refine our priorities in developing the product pipelines. So now phase 2, here, under. Phase 2, we will enroll and initiate our first decentralized trials of the Moon Drops formula, and with the results determining the final offerings based on transparent efficacy data. In this stage, we listen to community priorities, and we rely on our team of experts to select 5 R&D projects to fund and translate into our next future babies, our skincare products. And throughout 2026, here, Scale and Iterate, we plan to run multiple product trials simultaneously, rapidly developing our data sets, improving our algorithm, our models, and building a robust pipeline of game-changing products. We'll work with dermatology partners to extend our offerings to prescription therapies, providing treatment across the dermatology spectrum. Finally, by the end of next year, here, the Skin Token, the Skin Token launched to build the DermaDAO treasury, ensuring funding research project in translational dermatologic science. So your investment and contribution will power this engine of skincare innovation that has never been done before, bringing the power into our hands to enrich our skincare and create a world free from the struggles we might experience with our skin health, like I went through with eczema. So this was our atypical and atopic story. And every skin condition tells a story of pain, of trial, of loneliness, but also maybe of patience, of resilience, and hope. And Dermidao gives that story power, and it is time to stop scratching the surface. So now, let's build the future of skin health together. Thank you.
Cool, guys. That's all for today. Thank you so much. Have a lovely evening. Enjoy your token. Enjoy your Singapore. And yeah, catch us online. Thanks, everyone. Bye.